In Chicago.
Where do you stay when you're out there? You stay in the city or you stay out in the neighborhoods?
Yeah, we stayed in western suburbs by Oakbrook, and
Oakbrook's nice.
Today I'm just hanging out by my parents. I'm flying back today, but.
Спасибо, я понимаю по-русски.
What the fuck is that?
I said I speak Russian.
The what?
I said я понимаю по-русски.
What are we talking about?
Don't you speak Ukrainian or Russian, or I thought you were,
I speak Ukrainian.
Got it.
They're different languages, bro.
I know, but if they're so close. What's the point?
They're one country.
oh, you're gonna get some people angry.
This is why I didn't become a Canadian. Canada.
Good choice.
That was just a good job, Andrew.
I know.
Your parents made the right choice, Andrew.
Yep.
They definitely did. If your parents would have chosen Canada, you'd be probably like 100x poorer than you are now.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't hear what I told Dave. I was chatting with my dad, and apparently in 1985, 86, he went through all kinds of, challenging motions to hand deliver 2 requests for asylum to the Canadian embassy.
Oh, and they rejected him?
He never heard back. I don't know. I have no idea.
Racist.
Maybe there is a note in the archive. Yeah, you maybe we never showed up.
Maybe you're still approved and you can get a Canadian citizenship too. Was this before? This was before they came to the U.S., right?
Oh yeah. I mean, he was already working on getting us the hell out of there.
Yeah.
That was.
Did they come after the fall or before the fall?
Literally, we took off at 6 a.m. and a few hours later, the tanks were rolling through Moscow. Right at the end.
Oh wow! So it's like right during the fall.
Yeah, same day. Same day we bolted.
But
it was a long process.
Yeah, totally.
That's one of the things I don't understand. If you got the resources to get out of a war-torn zone, you spend the money, you spend the time, and you get the fuck out of there, and you run with your life, and you don't give a fuck about, your stupid bad or, some Chinese cookware that you bought on eBay.
Right. The harder thing is all the familial connections and stuff like that. That's the hard thing to sever. Because usually when you leave, you're leaving people behind. Mm-hmm. Like, those guards that are at the demilitarized zone in North Korea? Sometimes one of them just goes crazy and he's like, fuck it. I'm walking across this minefield. And they literally just walk across the minefield into South Korea. And, their families get tortured and killed when they leave. So it's like, it's a pretty bad decision,
Well, I mean, some people have that mentality, run or whatever, but a lot of people stay and fight if they've been invaded, attacked. That's just how it's been. In America, though, we're a melting pot. We really don't have, we're not, whatever, Irish or British or something. There is no attachment to a particular piece of place on Earth.
Tell that to the fucking Irish.
Where somebody, Ukrainian, Polish, whatever. I'm gonna keep going until he shut the fuck up.
I think we're, I think, we would defend America, though. Like, many of us would stay and fight. Not me, but other people would. I'd stay, but I wouldn't be going and offering my fighting services. There's nothing that I can offer, honestly, but,
soldiers need blowjobs too, Brittany, bitch.
Well, honestly, Brittany, I pictured you running the spears on the front line. I did for Dave. Thank you so much.
The vast majority would defend, but defending doesn't mean everybody's on the front line. Like for every front line dude, there's 9 people in the current American.
You're right. I'll be there to slay, and slay has different meanings. So
you know what strikes fear into the enemy like none other? A gay guy holding a sign, we're gonna rape you after we conquer you.
Send Brittany to the front. Send Brittany.
Psychological
You must surrender.
Don't worry, we're not here for your women and children. We want you.
Oh my God.
No need to hide your kids or your wife. We're coming for you.
Could you imagine? That would be terrifying.
Bro. Remember that guy? Hide your kids. Hide your wife. Yes. Yes. Why did that go
hide
so
your
viral? They're raping everybody out here.
Dude, I just watched that.
Was he gay?
A couple weeks ago again.
Yes,
And they
of
made
course.
that into a song, and it went so viral.
I know, it's so good. I'm gonna find it. I just thought about that.
He was gay as fuck, but he was like pretending to be straight. And then everybody's like,
pretending to be straight.
Was that all part of?
He was.
Was that all part of an LGBTQ movement?
No, you know what I think it was? He was gay. It came out. The meme went viral. And then he got shamed for being gay or something because the black community is super homophobic. And then he tried to be straight. He went to like a conversion camp or something. Like, I'm straight now. And then he reverted back, obviously, because he's gay as well. You know? It's like, yeah, you can't. If you're that guy, there's no way you're going to be able to pretend to be straight. No way.
So, do you know the technical name of what it is when a gay man intentionally sounds gayer?
Faculty?
Hey.
Faculty.
There you go, Brittany.
I did it.
Yeah, finally.
Got it back yesterday.
Good.
Where's JC when we need him to play the song?
What? 3 weeks, 4 weeks? I think a month and a half.
This conversation sounds very Canadian.
Some Canadian
It
talk.
does. Hey there. Hey, you bunch of horses. Hey, you got the donuts? Hey, you got the new truck. Yeah, I got the new truck.
Brittany, are you able to play the song?
Is the gay voice?
Oh,
The gay voice is a bit of an affectation, right? Like, if you wanted to, like, Brittany, could you just be like, hey, it's me, I'm Brittany. What's up?
Yeah, I
Brittany, bitch.
have the vocal range. The thing is, like, when you do it for so long, it's not something that is easy to. It's like a habit. You can't just do it when you want to.
Right.
Yeah, but I also like. I don't know why. I've actually really thought heavily into this. Why my voice is so high. And at first I was like, oh, it's because I hang out with chicks all the time. But then I realized like I wasn't mimicking the way they talk. And I think it's straight up because all of the music that I listened to growing up was like pop divas. And like when I was singing all of this music, it was in a much higher tone. But I have no idea. I don't know why my faggot voice turned on.
Well, you know, women do this too, where they have a fake voice. You know, like women have this like.
I don't have any other way to speak.
Right.
See, that's
Yeah.
you telling. That's just your opinion, Brittany, bitch. I hate to tell you that, but that's actually your opinion.
Have you ever seen a video of like Paris Hilton where like Paris Hilton is like,
Yes.
hey, oh my god, it's so hot.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
And then she'll drop into like, hey, it's me, Paris Hilton.
Yeah, she did that on purpose though.
Yeah, I think so, but I think she's been talking like it for so long that it is more of her normal voice now than like her other voice.
Yeah, it's her brand, and most of her. It's like literally a part of her brand, and most of any and every one of her displays in public, other than I guess like court hearings.
See, you're projecting when you say that's her brand. You, Brittany bitch, aka the way you talk, is your branding effort. You're in denial of your own branding effort.
I don't know about that.
By the way, Paris Hilton was one of those people who I was like, yeah, she's like hot or whatever, I guess. But like, I don't really get it. I don't really get the whole thing. And then I was in person with her, like feet away from her, and she was just looking at me like she wanted to fuck me, and I was like, I get it. I was like, I totally get it.
The thing about Paris that like I find really impressive is she's been so long making this Disney blonde like appearance, but like when you look at her moves on the back end, like the bitch is a businesswoman.
Yeah, well, she was raised by the Hiltons.
Please,
Yeah,
please
and, like,
don't.
My father was.
Do not start complimenting Britney Spears.
Well, yeah, but sometimes that could mean like, oh, she didn't take any time to, become a businesswoman because she doesn't need to. It's not like she's gonna have to work for her money. And but I didn't realize that she was like taking over the Hilton brand and going to be a head in that.
Yeah, and she
Yeah.
did you see her adopted child and how she wore a fake baby bump during the fake pregnancy, that she bought a baby? All these rich people buy babies.
Well, she had a surrogate, if I understand correctly. I don't
Did
think
she
was
wear a
adopted.
fake bump though? Is that real?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't think
that.
I ever saw her wear a fake
No,
bump.
it's in the news. I saw it a couple weeks ago. I was like, what a
Okay,
deceptive
drop the
fucking
link, JK.
bitch. Let me Google that for
Yeah.
you, bitch.
Drop the link, son. Drop the link.
Yeah, don't slander my queen without pictures.
She's amazing. I mean, let's be honest. Hilton Hilton is amazing, but let's be honest. I mean, everybody just does gay shit on Gay Pride Month and creates content and media, but it's not a movement. It's just gay.
Well, for sure, but the thing is, like, Paris Hilton spends all of her days
Was that
of the year.
personal?
She spends all of her days of the year catering to the faggots. She knows who her
That's
audience
true.
is.
Oh,
She
that's
knows
true.
exactly who her audience is.
She's a talent. I mean, she literally on Pride Month or Pride Day or whatever, she threw like a huge gay party. Go to her Instagram. I mean, it's a content business, and anybody who thinks that there's a gay movement or an LGBTQ rights movement is gayer than gay, because it's not a movement. It's just content, and that's what people don't understand about the
Okay, well,
LGBTQ
that's a
movement.
point for another time.
Well, there did used to be a movement, and now they have all the rights. So like,
Yeah, I don't feel at all like I'm, just, what is the word that they use? I mean, I don't feel like I'm not afforded anything that anybody else is not. So like, I'm not gonna go out in the streets because
Exactly, because there's nothing special about being gay. It's just a preference of orgasm. That's all it really is.
Yes, and I wish more people would recognize it exactly like that because they leave me the fuck alone.
True.
Exactly. It's just harassment.
You know who's very based on this is Donald Trump.
Absolutely, because he just straight up believes leave them the fuck alone.
There's this clip of him on The Apprentice where he goes, yes, Steven, you're gay? And he goes, yes, sir, I am. And he goes, that's okay. That's why restaurants have menus. I like one thing, Steven likes something else. It's like, that's for like a boomer.
In like the 2000s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty based opinion back in the 2000s.
Yeah, no, that's why when people wave this flag and they talk about like, oh, he's gonna take your rights and stuff, I'm like, no.
Donald Trump is actually a moderate. He's a moderate.
He also like, I don't feel like he takes anybody's rights. He just hands them back to the state.
This is what people get confused about. Trump is a center-right moderate Republican, right? But what Trump unleashed was extremism. So, like,
For sure.
Trump opened the Pandora's box on right-wing populism, and so there's a lot of stuff that is now floating around that's, like, kind of correlated to Trump's arrival on the scene. But that stuff was always there under the surface, and it was going to happen eventually.
All he did was show us who the Wizard of Oz was.
Right, which is the deep state.
I don't feel like Trump came and actually did that much other than show us, like, that the government can work differently. And then when people started realizing how it was actually working, or it was working against them, it, like, upset them, but they gave him the blame.
Right.
It's a little bit like matching with a trans man on a dating app, Basically.
Listen, John, I have been fooled a few few times, and I genuinely was like, oh, he's fucking hot.
Wait,
And
these are
then
women
I
who are
learned.
trying to fuck?
And I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I was like, oh, that's super interesting. But I don't want to go down that path because that's a whole like too much talking for me.
Plus, you gotta wear a condom then.
Yes,
Because of pregnancy.
I don't even know how to apply one of those.
Yeah, it's like, honestly,
Until
wearing a
until
condom
you
is not
put a
even
condom
worth having
on, you
sex.
actually don't know how to put a condom on. I
It's not even
unfurled my
worth-
first
if you
condom.
have to wear a condom, I'd rather just not have sex,
Wow. So
Like,
you would
I'm
rather
not-
end up with a raging
Yeah.
case of herpes on your scrotum instead of just deciding to put on a piece of plastic?
No, I'm saying, like, I'll just skip it. You know what I mean? Just
Well, I
have
mean,
sex.
I was gonna say I don't genuinely worry about a raging case of herpes every time I have sex.
I know you're more concerned about getting prepped.
I used to be able to use a condom when I was, like, 19 and extremely horny. But then over the years of not using
Well,
them,
yeah, but you also used to be able to use your pair of jeans when you were 19. And
That's true.
super horny.
True. It's like, what I'm saying is, like, when you stop using condoms, you can't go back to using condoms,
Well, if that was true, I
It
mean, why
constantly
when I use
confuses me
Bitcoin,
how some people would do that.
why when I log
Wearing
into
condoms is like showering with a raincoat on. Like, why would you do it? It doesn't even make sense.
because it's hygienic and a lot of putas don't wash with soap. Have you ever met a girl who says, "Oh no, I don't wash my pussy with soap because of the microbiome"?
Absolutely.
I don't think I have met that girl. No.
Absolutely not.
Well,
will.
I mean,
happy-
getting a gay.
I have to say, I don't think I ever ran across like a really stinky girl. Like, I don't think I ever had that.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
well,
are you shitting me? They're
the question
everywhere.
you have to ask, Model, is would that have been anybody that you considered taking home?
No.
But then again, I know men who don't wash their legs. So.
Listen, if women are running around with stinky pussies because they don't use soap inside their pussy, men are running around with stinky smegma tips because they don't wash their, what's the front part of the penis called where the foreskin's at?
I will say there's this idea. There's this idea that men will fuck anything, and like,
No.
it is kind of true. Like, men will fuck more people than women will, like more variety.
I saw a guy
shapes,
at the
sizes.
beach yesterday fucking a hole in the sand on the beach.
Huddle, I disagree with that. I think if they were to give them some emotional attention for 10 minutes, it does not matter.
See, to me, though, what I'm saying is, like, I was always, like, kind of choosy as a guy. You know what I mean? Like, there were a lot of girls that were into me that I was like, yeah, I'm not into this girl, like, at all.
Me too.
Yeah, yeah, for you. Definitely. Definitely. So, like, I don't know, if a girl looked dirty, I wasn't gonna, fuck her, because then she would be dirty. If you look dirty, you are dirty. That's just how it works.
No, bro.
Well, yeah, because, I know people that do, and it's, like, in every part of their life. It's not just in one part.
I remember there was this girl that used to hang around the skate park, wanted to fuck me when I was in, like, the 8th grade. And I was like, yeah, I was still a virgin in the 8th grade, obviously. And I was like, yeah, I appreciate the offer, but, like, with you, like, nah. I was like, I'm good. So I waited an additional, like, 2 years, because I was like, yeah, I don't know about all that.
Has a man ever been raped by a woman?
If he was, like, drugged, unconscious, and then fed Viagra, sure. Which I'm sure has happened. If a woman gave you sleep,
But why would a woman want to do that when she can just masturbate and go to sleep? Like, what's the point in raping a man? Like, what? Honestly, I mean,
for the semen. Because, like, imagine you're a really, like, rich guy, and a woman's trying to, like, baby trap you.
This is the thing about abortion rights and women's rights, where, you know, they need to really talk more about how men are being raped by women. And that, you know, if this continues and women's rights are impugned by the raping of men, I mean, this isn't going to be America, you know, next Friday if we don't start standing up for women's rights today.
I will tell you this one, that, like, there are these girls out there who, like, want to get pregnant, and you'll be like, we're going to pull out, right? Like, we're you know, we're not going to use a condom, but I'm going to pull out. And they'll be like, yeah, and everything will be on board. And then, like, at the moment that you're going to come, they will, like, trap you in. They will, like, lock you in with their legs and shit.
It's like spider mothers.
I've had this happen before, and the girls always play it off like, oh, I don't know, that's just what my body does. It's like, bitch, you did that shit on purpose. What the fuck? And luckily, you know, it only happened to me once, but I was like, it didn't result in a pregnancy. But I was like, what the fuck? This bitch was trying to baby trap me. Like, yeah. You know?
I knew this
that's
really...
That's like kind of rape.
Friends. It happened to one of my dude friends. Yep.
It's true. I was with this really hot, like, Latina girl, and she was riding the ever-living shit out of me, and I was like, holy shit, I'm going to bust a nut in this girl. And I can tell she definitely wants to get pregnant, so I threw her ass off of me. A couple months later, I see that she's pregnant, like, on her Instagram, and her whole life now is, like, about the baby stuff on the Instagram. And it turns out that she found some other just, you know, somewhat well-to-do white guy to just ride and get pregnant. Like, she was not interested in marriage. She just wanted a baby, like, and she doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Did she want you to do a paternity test?
No. It wasn't me. I definitely did not bust in this bitch.
That's a bad thing, and as long as you're getting consent from both parties.
Well, there's a guy named the Sperminator who travels the country, and I think he has 183 children now. Like that, and women pay and fly him out so they can. He's like a professional impregnator. It's really disgusting, but.
Well, I don't know if you guys have seen, but there's a thing on Netflix, and it's the guy that like he has like 1,000 kids, 3,000 kids, right? Because he feels the need to spread his DNA because he thinks it's superior, and so he goes to all different countries and donates sperm all different, like all over.
That sounds so, yeah. Some siblings might be meeting each other.
They do.
It's called The Man with 1,000 Kids. It's the man who's fathered hundreds of kids through sperm donation around the world.
Yeah.
I always thought somebody who's like a billionaire could run this operation at scale. Because, like, okay.
Jeffrey Epstein.
So the thing is, though, Huddle, it gets problematic because after you get past like 100 children or 150, if they're in similar locations, you've got problems with like gene pools.
Right. Well, no. Here's what I'm saying. You do it at scale, right? And you're like a billionaire character. You're like Elon Musk, right? And instead of having sex with all these women, you just ship out your jizz in the mail. And if a woman can prove a positive pregnancy test, she gets $1 million from you, right? Just $1 million straight up. And if you think about it, Elon could do this 100,000 times, and it would only eat up like a third of his net worth, right? So like what you do is you ship these tests all over the world, put like some number in Africa, put some number in America, you put some number in Europe, put some number in Asia, put some number in South America, right? And then you could have 100,000 Elon Musks all over the globe if you just ran this test. Because think about all the women in the third world who would be like, yeah, have a baby I was going to have anyway, but have it with a famous billionaire and fucking get $1 million? Sign me up, you know?
Yeah, but there'd have to be a charge. Otherwise, the demand might be too high.
Wait.
They'd have to be a charge.
They have to pay.
Is that what you're saying?
I like that. They have to pay to enter the lottery to get Elon jizz. That way you get a little money going back into the flywheel.
Or they submit a bill of health.
You guys are a bunch of eugenicists. I mean, it's not a coincidence that Bitcoiners are eugenicists.
What Elon Elon would care about would be intelligence. So the girls would have to pass an IQ test.
Absolutely.
Elon just recently was disclosed that he had another child with like an intern from SpaceX. So he
That's what I'm
definitely,
saying. Elon be the guy who would want to do this. You know, he's the guy.
yeah. Well, is anybody here a practicing polygamist?
I'm Mormon. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
When I was younger and I was a cheerleader, there was this chick that was like obsessed with me, and I was like out of the closet, clearly gay, but this bitch swore she's gonna change that for me, and she used to like smother me in gifts and all this shit, and I'm like, bitch, I like men. She still to this day will hit me up.
It's fine.
You know what's funny? I have the opposite version of that. When I was in college, I used to hook up with this lesbian girl, lesbian was, and it went on for like a while. And she was like a lipstick lesbian or whatever. And now she's like married to a woman, and will like occasionally reach out to me, like still to this day. It's like been like fucking 14 years or some shit. You know what I mean? She's clearly still thinking about me. It's weird. Yeah.
Imagine like going to a gay bar.
You're just not a lesbian. You're not a lesbian. If you're thinking about dick from 14 years ago.
Imagine going to a gay bar and like meeting lesbians and presenting yourself as a gay man, and then like, well, maybe not even, okay, how about you just go to a bar, you pretend you're gay, and then you go up to hot chicks and you say, and you make friends with them in the hope that they deconvert you from being gay, so they give you like a mercy fuck to straighten you out.
Listen, dude, that doesn't work.
I know, but I'm trying to think about how do you reverse engineer getting laid?
You just ask.
You could just, in
You
your case,
ask the gay friend that you do have to get it to happen.
yeah, in your case, you could just pay for it. That would be the easiest way for you.
JC, I'm glad you're here. We were looking for you earlier to play the song up top.
But yeah, it's always like, I don't know, I was always thinking like, this girl's not a lesbian. Like, my dick is inside her. How lesbian can she be? You know? Answer, not very.
It's that or silicone.
That makes me think of Brittany's story about the guy telling him he wasn't gay while he was blowing him.
Right. Well, that's the other thing. It's like, okay, you're a lesbian, you want to lay back and get some dick every now and then, I guess. Okay. But this girl loved to suck dick, too. Like, she was as
Listen, Huddle.
straight as any girl I ever hooked up with.
I've heard it 500,000 million times from all different age ranges and shapes and sizes of these straight, unquote, men that are just complete dick pigs.
Oh, I think it goes both directions for sure.
Brittany, have you ever attempted to become a sex worker?
Do you think though that
Oh
like?
my gosh.
Do you think what it is? Okay, like, see, if you're straight, you're in a heterosexual relationship, and then you're like cheating with men or whatever, or the opposite, I guess. If you're a woman and you're in a heterosexual relationship, you're cheating with women. Then you're doing the thing that's the opposite of heteronormativity. So you're doing something that's taboo, right? But I feel like with the like lesbians who want dick, because there is no gay equivalent to this. There's really no gay guys who are like, man, I'm just craving some pussy. Just really want some pussy. Like, dude, that doesn't exist. So it's like, for the lesbians who go, are they really just straight women who needed to go gay in order to fetishize being straight, so that straight sex could be even hotter to them? Because, dude, I'm telling you, when you hook up with these women.
Total.
who
This
are like-
all goes back to the fact that there is no such thing as gay. It's a concept. It's an orgasm choice. There is no such thing as gay. It does not exist in the real world. It's a word that we are highly conditioned on. It's like God.
Here's what I'm saying. These women who are lesbians love sex with men more than most heterosexual women. Like, they are so into it, you know? And I think it's because they fetishized it to this weird point.
No, I mean, low key, how, like, dick is great, so I completely get it.
Doctors, yeah.
Well, it is funny that the lesbian relationship is the only relationship where there's, like, a faux penis involved, you know? Like, yeah.
We got
Like,
lucky on my side.
right. The gays don't need to invent fake penises because they got penises all over the place. They have a surplus, an abundance of penises.
Has there ever been a gay man with a penis phobia?
I have no clue, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's called a straight man.
You ever met somebody who claims to be asexual? They're always really fat.
Yes.
They're always really fat and ugly. And it's like, I think really what's going on here is you are just tired of rejection, and I get it, but you're also not tired of Oreos, you know? So it's like, maybe semaglutide is getting rid of those people. I don't know.
I do not condone this being.
Kamala Harris is so deep into the woods in terms of the gay movement. Do you think Kamala Harris has ever had gay sex?
I do not care.
I'm curious about her husband, though. I mean, she certainly looks like a beard.
Well, she's definitely done 3 ways. We know that about her. So yeah, she's munched some box, you know.
I hate that phrase. I hate that phrase. That's all I
Same. It's just cool.
That's the
One time-
best. You know,
One
it's
time
so
I heard
backwards.
us flirt for a lesbian and they called her a carpet muncher, and I was like, oh
I
no,
know,
please
chicken
never
fingers.
again.
You know, I'm 100% sure that I could actually deconvert homosexuals through brainwashing them with drugs and forced,
Forced
I guess,
sodomy. Yeah, I knew you were
forced.
going there. You fucking faggot.
No, forced therapy, meaning that like you would have to read books, you'd have to exercise. I mean, nothing
We
punishing.
don't need that. We don't need your help, I think.
No, I know you don't need my help, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of gay men out there that wish they didn't feel gay because they love their wives or whatever. I'm just saying that being gay is like an attitude. So what a lot of gay men really need is they need an attitude readjustment. And I'm not saying it's a negative thing. I'm just saying it's like personality training. It's you don't have to call it gay deconversion. It's yeah, exactly. It's X-Files. It's how do you unfuck your stupid brain because it's
Every
like
time-
it's pathetic.
Every time somebody wants to get around gay guys to convert them, they end up fucking them every single time.
It's crazy, Huddle. It's
Because you know what
crazy.
I've never thought in my life, man. I just need to hang out with a bunch of gay dudes and show them the straight way. Never thought that in my life.
Never.
Like, Brittany, do you think he's trying to comment you? Is that the pickup line here, or what is this?
I have no idea what this man is doing, and I could honestly care less.
Yeah, you guys busted me. This is actually the way I covertly pick up gay men. I admit. Sorry, dude. You guys fucking
but
busted
I do
me.
think
Busted
that
me
there's
wide
that
open.
linkage between the obsession with, gay men and how they live their life, and those people that end
wish
up
they'd
being
bust
most
you wide
successful
open.
usually are the ones, getting their dicks hard.
What was it? I mean, honestly, I've never had my anus penetrated by a penis, but like, is it sexually like fulfilling to have a penis inside your butthole tickling your prostate?
Wait, hold on. Could you then tell us what did penetrate your anus?
Yeah. Sounds like some other things have been done.
Digits. I mean, of course, I've done a prostate massage with a finger and a tongue, but I've never done it with an actual penis. Would it make me gay if I put a penis in my butthole?
It usually It usually does make you gay, yeah.
I think
That's
Tiffany's trying to
normally
say
the-
she likes to get pegged.
That's normally the criteria, John.
I'm just saying, like, is it possible to do anal sex nowadays with a penis and still not be gay?
I mean, I guess that's probably a thing in the new world, yeah.
Only if it's a transsexual.
Bro,
Yeah,
that's the
real
new-
life.
that's the
It
new
only
world.
matters, like, what they
There's girl
identify as.
penises now, allegedly.
Okay, I have one final question for this incredible room in terms of sex and sex magic. If, when you're having sex and you bust a nut, and right before you bust a nut, you transfer a Bitcoin, will you open a black hole? No, that's not the black hole I'm talking about. I'm talking about a gaping asshole. Will gay men spread their cheeks for Bitcoin?
Absolutely.
Hey, so the dudes that have prison wives in prison for like 10 fucking years and they get out of prison, are they not gay anymore?
So
Yeah, I've heard about that.
this man is in Bitcoin for gay sex. Now he figured out he can finally use Bitcoin to get gay sex.
I've thought about that, like, what would I do if I was put in prison for 10 years or whatever? And I would just be celibate, bro. That, you know what I mean? That's the only option you have at that point. I would just jerk it and be celibate and wait to get out.
Oh, wow.
Hey, John, watch the pin up top.
Don't they have, like, conjugal visits?
Sometimes, I think.
Only if you're married in some states.
I mean, it would just be terrible to be, yeah. Yeah.
How many people in this room have gotten sexually stimulating hearing grown men talk about gay sex?
Just you?
Yeah, not yet. I'm waiting for it.
I'm so soft it's inverted at the moment. It's actually went back into my body.
You can reverse turtle head?
They did an episode on Tosh.0 where they watched gay porn for like 2 hours to see if any of them would get boners.
He gave them Viagra too. I mean,
Oh my God,
I remember
what
that.
happened? What happened?
That's so
I
funny.
think somebody got a chub or some shit. It was questionable.
Teresa, hilarious.
I love that fucking show. So
Dude,
fucking
I
gay.
remember watching
Basically, they all would have. That's not like a. That's
I
just
actually
like a physical.
Viagra.
I didn't think they gave you Viagra, but
Dude,
Yeah,
watch it again. He gave them Viagra. He gave all of them Viagra.
So let me tell you the story about my friend. So like, there's a normal reaction that the straight guys have to seeing gay porn, which is like disgust, like where it makes you like queasy. And we were watching this like indie movie. It's called 9 Songs, and the girl, like, there's like real sex in the movie. And back in the day, it was the only like real sex you could see on like Netflix. So we put it on at like a party or whatever because we were like, yo. You know, we're all stoned, and we're like, do you know there's like a porno on Netflix, whatever. So we put it on, and my other friend comes in from the garage where he'd been playing beer pong, and it's like an indie movie, so the girl in the movie has short hair, and he sees the TV like from a distance, and he thinks we're casually watching gay porn, and he just starts throwing up in the middle of the living room. Because he thought it was 2 dudes fucking. So funny.
After he threw up on.
Why do you think? I was like, dude, why do you think we're casually? Why do you think we'd be casually watching gay porn in the middle of the living room? He's like, oh,
That's
no,
why
bro.
you threw up. You
Oh, no.
shocked.
Did one of you guys get on the ground and start licking up his puke and like start having gay sex or something afterwards?
Is that what you would have done?
I would have started licking up that puke and spread my cheeks and be like, put it in, big boy.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Sounds
That's hardcore.
You got him, Huddle.
I mean, honestly, if you can't come into a clown house room and start puking at the gay sex that's happening in a clown house room,
Was there a punchline to that joke? Or?
no, I just realized I gotta take the Cosby kids to the beach. I'll be right back. So, in conclusion, we've come to the facts that being gay is a choice. Buying Bitcoin is a choice.
A choice you're willing to make.
It's not genetic. Nobody's born gay. You're conditioned gay.
I don't think it's entirely genetic, but I think.
You mean there's an
some people-
environment? Some people get conditioned by words in the environment? Oh my god, it's not genetic.
I don't think they get conditioned by words.
Really? We don't
You
use
think people-
words
you
to
think
condition
people
each
hear-
other? Okay, faggot.
You think people hear the word gay and then they become gay? That's how you think it works?
I think if you start going to a pride parade at 3 years old up until the time you're 21, chances are you're gonna be gay.
There is more conditioning that happens in that way. But like, I don't know, bro. I feel like you could drop me into a pride parade at 3 years old, and I don't think I'd turn out gay.
Well,
Unless I was like.
that's
unless
why
I was,
you're
like,
gay right now.
molested.
I mean, you're into most gay men are in denial of the fact that you're not born gay.
Unless I was like, wait, you think everyone's born gay? Now you're doubling back.
No, he said men are in denial that they're born gay, so it's conditioned.
Oh, got it. They're in denial that they're not.
He had a double deck.
Yeah, got it. I think a lot of people become gay due to molestation, which is very unfortunate. I don't think it's words, though.
Yeah, I've had one or two gay friends that's how it started.
Same. I've been told that by a number of gay friends, so I believe it.
If only could happen to John.
Yo, how many gay friends do you have?
Well, I used to be in the film industry, so a few. I don't know, probably 5 or 6. Who I would actually call friends.
It was a joke. I was, you know what they ask white people, like, do you have black friends? Like, yo, I got 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we actually know.
That's how I think about my black friends too. I'm like, yeah, I've got 5 or 6 black friends. Which is pretty good for the numbers, bro, because I don't have that many friends in general, you know? Dude, Lamar, have you seen that? Have you seen this one guy? I forget his name, but he's on Instagram, and he does this is the type of white I want to be. Have you seen this? Oh my god, dude, it's so funny. I'll send you a couple of them. But he just like takes like videos of white people doing random like weird shit, like fucking, tractor wrestling and stupid shit. And then over the top of it, it's just like the type of white I want to be. Dude, it's so stupid. I'll send it to you. But now it's become like a meme, and people are like, this is the type of white I don't want to be, this is the type of white I do want to be. It's fucking retarded.
Find out what
I
his
thought
diagnosis
you
is.
talk about being gay.
John is gay, and he was struggling with some of these feelings, so we're helping him.
Not gay no more. I am delivered.
I am delivered!
I don't like men no more. I like women. I don't like women. women.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best. It's so funny.
I love that fucking video.
It's one of the best memes ever.
He was on Touch Porno's web celebrity of the week or some shit like that.
Dude, he's so, like, that video is so funny. You could tell they, like, totally pressured that poor guy into saying that shit.
Tear up hurt. I would not put on makeup. I will. Love. Oh, women.
Oh, women.
Now, listen.
I would love. Oh, women.
The organist really got out at that point.
Yo, Lamar, how much money are you making off of Caitlin Clark, bro? Tell me the truth.
Yo, I'm waiting for that UNBA work. Like, legit.
This has become like a thing. Like, dudes are loving to bet the WNBA. You guys are making the WNBA popular by betting on it.
Bro, it is so interesting to, like, for real, because the reason why they're not as popular for, like, regular, like, sports fans is why they're the perfect sport to bet as, like, a sports bettor. If you go through, like, the NBA data, like, there's a lot of, like, anomalies because you have people that are just overly athletic, right? There's nobody in the WNBA that's, like, on anybody, and so it's literally fundamental basketball, and so, like, the data is actually, like, truer than even that of the NBA. Like, it's very...
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Because people are actually fucking passing and rebounding. Whereas, like, LeBron just crab walks into the bucket, like, every time.
Exactly.
It looks like that gay room has finally ended. We busted a nut.
That was better than me busting my door yesterday.
You had to kick your door in?
No, I was shooting at somebody and I shot at my door.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Who was kicking on your door?
No, they weren't kicking in my door. They were on my property.
And you decided to shoot at them through your door?
Yeah.
You're crazy. I mean, what if it was like the postman?
No, it was my backyard.
Oh. Oh, I see. What were they doing? They were trying to steal something?
No, there's nothing even back there, but I was just letting them know that, it wasn't acceptable.
Did you see him run?
Hell yeah, them bitches ran like hell. It was two of them.
They must have been scared shitless.
And look around and find out. It's just like the meth heads around here, they'll walk around and see what they can take. That's what they do. They didn't think I was home, but I was.
Little did they know you were waiting for them on Clown House. They should have just downloaded the app.
Yeah, so now I gotta go fucking get new glass and take the French door apart and fucking replace the glass in it.
Ugh.
I already called a company. It's only $40 for the piece of glass. It's only 22 by 64. And it's a frame that you just, unscrew the frame all the way out, pull the old glass out, put the new glass in, frame back on. That ain't shit. It was worth it to me.
Oh shit, we're getting invited up on the Christian room.
Finished about, if it's a blessing, you have a bright future. That's a prophecy or something along those lines. Prophecy has nothing to do with making you feel good. It has nothing to do with it being positive at all. It literally has to do with whatever the Lord is saying to you. And when we look at the Old Testament, right, since that's where we see, I guess, most of the prophets operating, when they were sent somewhere, it was typically before judgment. It wasn't a bunch of, you're going to have a bright future, all this other stuff. That's why I mentioned false prophets. If you look at Jeremiah, the description of what God had him to do, that tells you what a prophet does. It's to pluck up, uproot, tear down, overthrow, build, and plant. So prophets typically are coming to pluck up and uproot the root of a thing, to deal with an issue, and then to...
They kicked me. Such losers. Macaboo. Who is this?
You in the PTR?
Oh, did you get tricked?
Yes.
Well, do you still want to play with my penis?
What's going on?
Do you still want to play with my penis?
No.
I have a big penis.
No, I'm not good. I gotta go.
Okay, well, this is Clown Christian's angry. to them. This is calling Christians angry. Get angry much? You're in the right place. Are you Christian? Do you get angry? You're in the right place. This is only for angry Christians. Hello? So I usually go in that Christian room and I challenge it, right? Say the gospel in one sentence, and like no one can do it. People go on like a whole paragraph or a whole essay before I say, all right, we'll do it in one sentence. Nobody can do it. How would you do it?
I did it yesterday. It's in Proverbs 22:6. Train the child the way to go, and when he's old, he shall not depart from it.
Yeah. I think it can be better than that though, honestly. Like it doesn't really give the juicy, you're not getting the high quality protein from that statement. Like there's a deeper way to say it.
Just suck fucking milk from a bull doesn't mean that I have to cower to your expertise.
It's not expertise. You would agree though that there has to be a verse even stronger than that to describe the gospel.
Revelation 4:11. Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive the glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure we are and were created.
Who wrote that?
John.
Ooh! I mean, I didn't write it, but somebody with my name wrote it. I got the name of the guy that wrote it. I just think it's kind of funny in that other room that black girl's like, prophecy ain't nothing about feeling good. It's like, bitch, the whole thing about prophecy is that it should make you feel good. It should give you confidence. I threw a brick through my friend's front door once through the glass, portico window. And anyways, I only did it because he didn't want to be my friend anymore. So I just was driving by his house drunk one night, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna throw a brick through this motherfucker's door. And so I threw a motherfucking brick through that motherfucker's door, and to this day we still don't talk. But I'm glad I threw that motherfucking brick. And yes, I apologize, but that was my way of ending the friendship because I worked so much for him. I helped him remodel this building. I didn't get compensated. I did a lot of work. And so, when he said, I'll call you, don't call me, I was like, okay, well, here's my message. Have a good day. So, yeah, I mean, I know replacing a door is a pain in the ass, is what I'm saying. I caused a lot of work. And good people don't like good work. Yeah, but that's because you're that kind of guy,
I guess. 8:30. Got here about a half hour. Fucking glass. But anywho, so what you got planned for the day? Anything fun? Going to bang some bitches on the boat? What?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the gym on the boat.
Oh yeah.
Jazzy's in Chicago. I'm taking her to the boat.
Oh shit.
You motherfucker, I'd never fucking fuck you on your boat, you motherfucker.
Yeah, but she's something to fucking crawl off the trailer for that motherfucker though. I bet she gets some mean dome too.
That bitch done sucked so much chrome, she's Silver Surfer.
Exactly. Hell no. I really didn't want to go and do anything today. I want to sit around here. Now I gotta be sober for the whole month.
Can you do it? Can you place the order online?
Oh, they're already cutting it for me.
Oh.
It's a custom glass place.
Oh, I see.
Like if you had you broke a glass coffee tabletop, they would cut you a piece of glass to
You could just board it. You could just board it up and not reglass it.
I paid $1,200 for that fucking French door for not fixing it for $40, which sounds fucking dumb to me. And putting a piece of wood in it sounds even dumber.
I'm the ultimate lazy person, so just playing devil's advocate for laziness here.
Yeah, I could fucking put a piece of fucking painter's plastic over the top of it and fucking call it a day too. Just fucking duct tape it to the fucking bitch. Problem is, I gotta clean up all this fucking glass.
The problem is you're shooting at people through your window door when you should have opened that door and just shot at them directly. Now you got to do all this work. What you could have been doing is just been digging a shallow grave, and you would have been done.
Oh, I got plenty of filled up earth back there.
You got that? You killed people and buried them on your property? Oh boy! Woo!
It'd be like that movie with Johnny Depp where he's the writer, but he's also killing people and putting them underneath the cornfield.
And the Indian movie?
No, he was a recluse in the mountains somewhere, in a cabin, and people started going missing. He was a murder writer, for books.
Mm-hmm.
His character, and but he had a garden like I have mine, but he was burying the bodies underneath the garden and growing corn on top of them.
Mm. Did you ever see this one movie with Guy Ritchie, I think, where they're like settlers going west and they become cannibals, and they discover that like if you eat human flesh, it heals you, it makes you strong?
No.
It's a really good movie.
Which is exactly the opposite of what happened.
What, it'll make you sick if you eat human flesh?
Yeah. It'll make you go crazy.
Why is that?
There's something in our bodies that you shouldn't consume, and cannibalism makes you go nuts.
Interesting.
Well,
maybe that's why the Democrats are so crazy.
Oh yeah. All them babies they kill. What baby killers.
Necrotic asphyxiation.
Dead tissue asphyxiation. Pertaining to dead. Suffocation.
I saw this live band last night. They played David Bowie. I was like, damn, dude, that was fucking amazing.
I was never a Bowie fan. I don't know what his hype was.
I don't know. He just sounds cool.
I don't know why I got ways to die. Did you say that earlier? Is that why it's stuck in my head now?
No, that's a good song.
I don't know. I watch all these YouTube shorts and fucking that's always the background music on a lot of them. Dumb ways to die.
Yeah. And it's like fucked up programming.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
I know that one too.
Yeah, there's certain ones that everybody uses as their background for non-licensed music.
Oh shit! It's Tecate time.
One's not gonna.
You gonna pour yourself a beer and not offer your good friend a beer?
Well, I'd ship it there, but it'd be hot by the time I got there.
No, all you gotta do is say, go to your fridge, John, and get yourself a Tecate.
John, go to your fridge and get you a fucking Modelo.
No, Tecate, senor. We don't drink Modelo here. That's expensive. We drink the cheap Tecate.
Yeah. I do want to go down to Mexico for the Baja 500. Just put on my Tecate.
Dr. Gonzo? Talk to my lawyer.
I'm just not sure I really want to go to Mexico right now.
12 ways to die in Mexico.
Yeah. That's just going and drinking the water.
Trichinosis.
Y'all don't have those there, do you?
What?
Breakfast in a cup?
No.
Y'all eat grits there?
Not often,
Is there a
no.
place you know where you can get grits?
No.
You ain't.
I went to school in the South, though. I done eating a lot of grits.
I love grits, man. Nothing on a cold day. There ain't nothing better than a hot bowl of grits with like a warm dip on the inside.
Ooh.
Man, one of these days I'm gonna open this new TV I bought.
Bro, you're on Clown House all day long. How can you get anything done?
Well, I always watch TV. Like I'm watching TV right now, but it's on subtitles on mute. Like I'm watching the new season of Vikings Valhalla, which just came out yesterday.
Ragnar.
No, this is way after he's dead. This is the spin-off series.
Oh, wow. I was a big fan.
Yeah, there's three. Yeah, it's like Ragnar. Lothbrok. Is that how you say it? Lothbrok. But Ivor the Boneless and all them, they're all not in this show. But it's still got Knut and Olgoth and Rhaenys, Eric the Red's daughter. The funny thing is, this is actually pretty accurate to the. I mean, I get that it's a dramatic reenactment, but they got the people in the right places at the right time in history. It's kind of how things really went down back then. It's fucking really cool.
Come on. It's all dramatization. It's all just scripts. It's all bullshit.
No, but the stories were real. Ragnar was a real person.
No, I know.
All these people were real people.
Do you think that they?
Canute was the king of England.
Do you think they? That Ragnar? Who? Do you know the name of the guy that created Kiev or conquested Kiev in Ukraine? No, because they went down the rivers and stopped in Kiev and they conquered Kiev. Kiev has like an ancient Viking history.
Oh, that was what's his fucking name? He wanted to be the king of Norway. Oh, what is his name? I can't think of it off the top of my head. But yeah, I know who you're talking. Yeah, because they were on their way to Constantinople. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
12 ways to die. Doom, doom, doom.
Mexico. Yeah, Canut's about to die in this one. Yeah, 45 minutes left of the movie. What if they're going to do it before the season? Now, at the end of the ones that had Ragnar, Lothbrok, that's how you say his name. But that series ended with his son and then a group of people in Loki and all them finding the new, America. After leaving Greenland and going west.
What is it? Eric the Red? Is that who they say the first Viking was to come here? Or at least to
Eric
go to
the Red never made it here. He stayed in Greenland. No, Eric the Red, he was wanted for murder and went west, and ended up in Greenland. And then he built his community in Greenland. And his son Leif, or Leif, Leif was the one with his sister Reyes. Were the ones that came here. But the Lothbrok's son, the biggest one, he's the one that actually ended up making it to America first. The Lothbroks ended up here first. From Norway anyway. A cool time to fucking live, though.
No, it's not. Now is always the cool time to live, brother.
Well, it was now back then. It'll be now in the future.
That's right.
That's why my mom always said, if you can't be happy today, you'll never be happy tomorrow.
That's right. Free Palestine. If you got thick thighs, you can save the lives. "12 ways to die." Dum, dum, dum. Oh my goodness. Valdosta. Hello? That bitch can suck a golf ball through a garden hose. She drank so much chrome, she's motherfucking the nigger Silver Surfer.
It reminds me of that fucking Midtown. That, the stains become a warning for blah, blah, blah. I set my mind in motion. That guy.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever he had turned his stain his lips silver.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You saw her?
He just got killed.
Who?
That's not him. The King of Norway. Sorry, not the King of Norway, the King of Denmark.
Assassination?
By his own brother.
Oh.
And his own men. His brother paid off the men, and they are straight machete and hatcheting this motherfucker to death.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
He's dead. Prince Harold is back and is on his way to Connecticut. Prince Harold's gonna find out about you.
Prince Harold, don't fuck with Prince Harold. That guy's big, man. He'll kill you.
Yeah, man. Nah, you gotta watch the new. If you watch the original Vikings, episodes, it's called Vikings Valhalla, and there's three series or 3 seasons on it right now. Dude, it's fucking badass. And there's so much titty and pussy fucking frontal nudity on that bitch. I love watching it. Man, they're such perky titties too. They always point like north. That's who you're talking about. That conquered.
Oh,
That was Prince Harold.
fuck yeah. Badass.
Yeah, I believe he ended up becoming the king of Norway. Dude, the ambition of these motherfuckers. Dude. Like, to have that level of ambition. Like, I mean, I have a hard enough time finding the ambition to go pick up this glass. I just want to sit here and drink beer all day.
Well, what you really want to do is get high and just rage on conversations. It's not so much that you're lazy or you don't want to do anything. It's you want to sit here and expand your reach through telecommunication.
Yeah,
You're like
a
me.
little bit of that.
You're a spammer too.
I call myself a spammer.
Don't knock it till you try it. Dun, 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 dun. Meow.
You're king of Norway, which means your son is dead. Oh, fuck. You just killed her son. Oh, now all the Vikings are fucking turning on the queen of Kattegat.
Katakat.
Yeah, I like saying that word. Kattegat. It's like when you go up to a girl and she's naked and you start rubbing on her pussy. I love that Kattegat.
Katakat.
Oh, and he just stabbed the queen. Holy time when a true Viking needed. Oh shit. Harold's about to be. Oh, he just twisted a knife in her belly, but she's still fucking like spitting in his face.
He spit in her face after she stuck him in the belly.
No, she spit in his face. He's holding the knife in her fucking belly, and he twisted it, and she spit at him. He's all over that.
I was at this bar one time, and my friend, this bouncer came up to my friend. He said, "Hey, you got to leave the bar." He says, "Why?" He says, "This girl here says you spit at her." And he goes, "I didn't spit on that bitch." He goes, "It don't matter. You got to leave." And he goes, "All right, fuck it." And he spit in that bitch's face.
Damn.
And the bouncer grabbed him by the neck and dragged him out and threw him in the gutter. And then we got in my car, and he's like, "You didn't have my back. You didn't even help me." I was like, "Bitch, did you see the size of the bouncer?"
Dude, it don't even matter the size of a bouncer. If somebody's willing to hire that motherfucker as a bouncer, that man knows how to do something. I'm sorry, I ain't never met a bouncer that was weak.
Yeah.
Even if they were shorter.
This guy had the size of his arms were like tree trunks. I was like, "Bro, I went nothing I was gonna do to help you, man. You suffered your own stupidity." He was crying. He's like, "You son of a bitch." People hate losing face and being humiliated. It's so embarrassing.
That dude's gonna die. He was such a bad murderer. He went around murdering everybody. Even his own family.
Some trans young guy just killed his parents. I'll be right back.
Say something like that, be like,
Fuck Trump!
drink. He walked into the kitchen.
Or drink for what? It's very early.
I didn't say it was an alcoholic drink. I just said he wanted to go
Okay.
get something to drink.
Okay.
I'm drinking a beer, however.
Oh my god, it's too early, dog. You need to stop that shit. You're killing yourself very slowly.
Thank God. Who wants to live forever?
It's not forever, but at least live well until it's time. But
Drinking a beer is living well to me.
well, you get drunk. That's the problem, and it's
I
just
don't
8
really
a.m.
get drunk. Don't confuse it. I don't get drunk. I get tipsy, but I never
No,
drink
you always
liquor.
get drunk here in Clubhouse.
No, you've never heard me drunk on
I
Clubhouse.
have heard you many times drunk.
No.
Yes.
Well, one of these days, I'll go buy a bottle of tequila and I'll sit on here at Clubhouse and I'll tell you what drunk is. Like, I don't even drink liquor anymore. But if you think that this is
Yeah,
me
you
being drunk,
slur your words. You can't talk when you're drunk.
I don't slur my words. I've never
Yes,
been
you do.
inarticulate.
When you get drunk, you do. And we
What did I say? What did I say that was slurred and what were we talking about?
I don't know, dude. I don't record. I don't keep a record of what you do. I don't care. But it's you do get drunk.
I don't know. I don't remember that.
Anyway, keep denying it. You're as it says, you're your own worst enemy.
Pretty sure he says the more we talk, the further away from the truth we get.
Yeah, the more you drink as well.
I could almost agree with that. What's up, kiddo? I see you're on mute, but I can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
I don't know.
Yeah, I got you.
It's fucking fine. It's good. It's just really good.
That's what's up. Just know, stay, where you're at, because that, room's being recorded.
What is
Just
it?
putting it out there.
Sorry.
Replays are on. Replays are on.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything.
Just saying, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Audibly.
Oh, no, you good. I already got a medical marijuana card.
Oh, you Gucci.
Yeah. They don't look for stuff like that. I guess because medical marijuana card, people can see all drugs and stuff. That's his bitch that did when I went to probation. She got a bio meeting. She went in there and she was like, oh, I can't pee, I already peed. And they was like, well, you already knew you had to come to the drug test. And the girl was like, she was like, do you think I can get some peas from you? And I was like, huh? I said, how you gonna get some peas? They're gonna watch you do a drug test. I was like, it's not your first time doing this. She was like, oh, I think I could be able to work it. So she pulls out like a travel bottle. I said, girl, I don't want you to everything. I don't want you to everything. Because you get violated for that shit. And then boom, they said she has, as soon as she dropped her piss in there, because she couldn't leave it until she came to phone until she pissed. She had the, they said as soon as she pissed, that bitch little. She had a lot of shit in her system. I felt bad for her.
Yeah.
And,
Well, obviously, if they're watching her, she has a felony. If you have a misdemeanor probation, they can't watch you by law.
you know, she had a felony. And she had to, like, she had cell charges and stuff. I mean, like, of course, they were going to try to get you insurance because he was doing medical stuff. And that's crazy. I was like,
Yeah, they wanted her.
yeah, I said, girl, you could have let that wait at your system for like 2-3 days. Right? That,
Oh, yeah, 3 days and a bunch of water. Yeah, that's what I hear.
I was like, girl, why would you even come with everything that I was like, I feel like I missed yesterday or something. But she said she was saying we was all outside while she was waiting to put in the car, and she was pretty much saying that she didn't have, like she didn't have, and then I guess when the probation officer tricked her by telling her to come in the room, I was like, girl, you never did. You got to say a week or two before your motherfucking probation, but you tricking. Crying. I don't know what's going on. It's different from girls when you can have a whole boy, so it's like guard or whatever. Don't get offended. That's one thing I think about the guards. Well, that's negative right there.
Glass company.
So,
I'm fixing the door that I shot through yesterday.
you shot through a door yesterday.
Yeah, I was shooting somebody.
So they're trying to break in your house?
And then I leave it in my backyard.
Oh. What? How the fuck did they get in your backyard?
There's no gate in my backyard. My front door is gated in.
Oh, so it's like other houses back there or something like that?
No. I don't have, I couldn't type the woods, but you hit a golf ball in my next door neighbor's house.
Oh, so he was wandering.
Yeah, but somebody looking into my backyard trying to see what they can take.
Did you shoot him?
No, I got close though. But now I gotta go spend $40 to get a new piece of glass and put it in my fridge door. No, I shot through the glass. I just gotta go get a piece of glass. You know, because if they have the frame, you can just unscrew the frame and then take the old glass out and the new glass and put it back on. And then you should. But you live, you learn. No, I mean them, because they sure as fuck they gotta go in my backyard.
Yeah. It is what it is. And if they don't do it, they gotta sell it. They go after for justice.
They're trying to do something. I'll have some fertilizer underneath my new fucking card.
Well, let's say the stretch. I can maybe stretch, but then I gotta put the height back. That was just like I said. I guess because of bullshit,
Dude, I'm gonna get off here. I gotta call this glass company because I gotta go over there because I'm not gonna have like my air conditioner going out the holes on the glass door.
That's what brings you through.
Dude, I keep the doors open and turn the air conditioner on all the time. And in the 4 years I've owned this house, and in the first year I put a brand new air conditioner outside and inside, and all this stuff that goes along with it. I got like one of the shit plugging in the air conditioner I can get. And it will keep out to like 76 degrees, and my highest power bill has been $240. Now, that ain't shit. But, anywho, alright, dude, well, I'll talk to you later, dude. I'll see you around.
Alright, see you later.
Bye, girl.
Bye.
Hi everybody, this is your good friend Tiffany. This is Chicks with Dicks. Trans LGBTQ only. Hi Silly Kid, hi Alexander, welcome to Chicks with Dicks. This is Trans LGBTQ only. I'm Tiffany Sotheby, how are you today?
So yours this one in the picture?
Yeah, that's me.
There's no way you're that one.
No, I had breast implants done. How are you?
So why do you talk like that?
Why did you come to my room to be a dick? Are you a prick? Do you have a dick?
Yeah, I have a cock, yeah.
Then just shut the fuck up. This is trans LGBTQ only. Get the fuck out of my room, bitch.
I just want to know why you don't do
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're being...
Fuck you, you fucking faggot. You will never be a woman, you fucking homosexual faggot.
Bitch. Don't you fucking talk shit about my trans bitch. You fucking bitch.
Fucking homosexual.
You fucking hoe. You fucking hoe. You dirty bitch. You dirty bitch. You dirty bitch. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah. Fuck you, huh?
Fucking bitch. Fuck you, bitch.
Gay ass nigga.
You love my dick. That's why you here, hoe.
Yeah.
That's right. You can't leave because you gay.
No, I just don't want to go yet.
Bitch. Bitch. Bitch ass motherfucker. Okay, this has been Chicks with Dicks. Trans LGBTQ only. Hope you enjoyed. All right, everybody. We'll be back.
What's important if we're talking about something has fuck all to do with draw time and everything to do with your defensive pot.
So, like, if you were in a confrontation with somebody and you were, let's say you're carrying, and the person moves to close distance on you but hasn't shown you a weapon yet, and you're getting the sense that they are aggressive towards you, what would be your stance at that point?
Oh, go ugly early, brother.
So, yeah, you draw on them, right?
Oh, absolutely. Just because a guy doesn't.
I agree with this entirely, by the way.
Well, just because a guy doesn't have a gun doesn't mean he doesn't have deadly intent.
Yes.
Right? And that's what you have to be able to determine and sell to your lawyer, right? If you act this guy. You know?
Well, even better, it's better to risk the brandishing charge than it is to risk your own death.
Well, better to be carried by
6, yeah.
Or judged by 12.
Judged by 12 and carried by 6, yeah.
Yeah. Here's an experience that I had a couple of months ago. I was walking home from a bar in West Palm, and it was dark. It was around 2 a.m.
There's your first mistake.
I see.
A fucking Uber.
No. I live a couple of blocks away. Either way, mistake. So I was walking down the street. I see two dudes, one on a bike, one walking. They're on my side of the street. I jump on the other side of the street, right? So then I jump back to the other side of the street. They jump on the street, so I just draw my gun. And I carry a dot. And I pull out the gun, and I put the dot on one of them. They just went away. So, beloved, do you feel that if you carry a dot on your everyday carry, And once somebody sees a dot on their fucking chest, does that help escalate things?
If you are a everyday guy, regular guy, I cannot more highly recommend a laser for your pistol. And let me explain why. One, easy to positively identify your target, right? That's really important, especially in a high-stress situation. Everybody thinks that, oh, I'm in a high-stress situation, I'm able to put my fucking iron sights on my 1911, which, by the way, is mechanically complex, to even get ready to fire, right? They think that they're going to be able to fucking smooth draw, PID, switch it, safety off, right? Watch your background, make sure that, not fucking, tunnel vision on the target. Like, everybody thinks that they're going to be able to do that, but they're not. And if you're not a kind of guy who goes to the range once a week and puts, 100,000, 50,000 rounds down range every year in multiple scenarios, you should think about getting a laser. Because you get, so first off is positive ID. Second off is your motor functions are degraded, right? You only have mean or gross motor function in an emergency like that. So you want to be able to know where that dot is. And then being able for a guy to see the dot, be on his chest or whatever, that's a great deterrent, because that's your goal in self-defense with carrying a pistol. Your goal is not to be able to shoot someone. Your goal is to be able to defend yourself, and the easiest way to defend yourself is to never get engaged in the first place. So yeah, if you can draw it on a guy, he sees that fucking green dot, whatever, great. You're a goddamn fucking American.
I carry a wholesome dot on my home defense.
You've got a reflex sight on your pistol. Yeah, I mean, that's okay too. Those are great.
No, that's for my home. Because I don't want nobody to spot me where the laser's coming from. On the street, I carry a laser.
That's a myth that's been created by Hollywood, that they will see the source of the laser.
Only if there's particulate matter in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and you know what? There's always particulate matter in the fucking atmosphere, especially after the shooting starts.
Well,
you know what I mean?
He's in a really humid environment, so yeah, you'll see the laser.
Either way, I would rather have positive ID of my target and accurate fire than the potential of someone backtracing this jittering fucking line in the middle of the air back to me. It's just, that's a Hollywood thing.
I would recommend for anybody that has a gun at home to take one of those home clearing houses drills for home protection. They really fucking help you out a lot, dude. If your house was to get broken into to protect your family.
Totally.
I don't think anything beats range time.
Nothing beats range time, but here's the thing, John. People think that is sufficient, and they get complacent in the range time thing. And what's a range? A range is a place with targets, with firing lanes, okay? A lot of rules, and a lot of, to safety, for all good reasons, mind you. But it has basically zero to do with the real world. And so when we talk about going to the range, yeah, you're right, but really what you need to be doing, if you're very serious about self-defense and you are the sort of person who maybe gets into situations through work or whatever where your life is at risk, and what you need to do is you need to be finding gravel pits, you need to be going to IPSC shoots, you need to be taking classes, you need to find a group of guys that you can shoot with regularly and hold each other accountable. Because you need to be creating 360 degrees of risk. It's not just a fucking line. It's never just a line. And people who go to the range too much are worse shooters than, say, a guy who hunts 3 times a year. Because a guy who hunts 3 times a year, his head is on a fucking swivel. He's 360 degree awareness of what's going on around him, right? What's his background look like? What's the range to the target? These are all far more important than being able to plug a bunch of fucking rounds in a line at 25.
Yo, Chris, what's the difference between concealment and cover?
Great question, Vic. I love you, man. You're the man. Concealment and cover. This is a perfect example that Vic just brought up of what we're describing here. Okay? Do you know what your car is in terms of cover or concealment?
Concealment.
It's a fucking bullet magnet is what it is. You are going to die. The only time I have ever felt safe behind a vehicle was when I was curled. I want you to imagine me down on my knees, but curled up with my head planted in the dirt. My M4 shoved under the gap between the motherfucking tire and the gravel, okay? And shooting up from the lowest possible point on the ground, behind the tire, behind the engine block. Then I felt somewhat safe. And this is a fucking MRAP, an armored MRAP, right? Bullets go through cars. It's a completely false sense of security. And even the engine block, we're talking about, maybe 3 or 4 cubic feet of actual cover. And so Vic's question, what's cover versus concealment? Concealment is just a hiding place. It could be a table, it could be a fucking curtain, okay? It's nothing. Cover is stuff that bullets won't go through. And cover, proper cover, in most environments is almost impossible to find. Not even cinder block will stop, like, a 5.56 or 7.62. It might fucking redirect around. You might get some splatter, you might get some spalling, you might get some fucking shrapnel, but it's not safe. Especially if it's not poured. If it's hollow, fucking cinder block, may as well be shooting through fucking drywall. So the difference between, and this is a good example of the 360 degrees of security, which is understanding what's your cover and what's your concealment. You know what the best cover or the best what the best cover is? The best cover is fucking not being there.
Right.
It's putting the planet between you and whoever's shooting at you.
That's what carrying has taught me. It's been an exercise in restraint more often than not. It's actually taught me to walk away.
A good, well-trained shooter doesn't even get into. A well-trained shooter plans his day so that he's not coming back from the bar at 2 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if he's genuinely... Now, look, this is America, okay? You should be able to walk down the motherfucking street at 2 a.m. and feel safe. And I would say that most people generally can.
Not in Joe Biden's America. Go off, man.
But if you are in an environment where you do feel unsafe or, like I said, something for your job or whatever, then yeah, all you have to do, to Steve's point, is plan your day. Oh, I'm just going to start drinking after dinner and fucking fall asleep wasted in bed at midnight.
Yeah, man, I wake up, I meditate, and then I go out on the streets, and holy shit, I have to protect my good energy because everyone's going to try to steal it. And so, I just have to focus on that, and carrying just keeps me really relaxed. When something comes up, I walk away.
As a man in your 30s and 40s, if you're getting into any shit with anybody, you fucked up somewhere. You know what I mean? Or you're the problem. One of the two. Shouldn't be getting into any shit with anybody.
I mean, I don't know what happened to walk quietly and carry a big stick, but I can tell you, truly, that the most dangerous men I know, we're talking ground branch, CAG, tier 1, dudes who are stacking bodies in the Hindu Kush, like October 2001. They got the fucking dad shoes, the dad shorts, the polo shirt that's like fucking stained with paint. They drive a fucking Datsun pickup truck. They might have they might have a fucking staccato, tucked in their back. Like they might have a nice ported fucking badass pistol. But more likely, they've got their fucking granddaddy's 1911 that they've been shooting since they were 8. Those are the guys, they don't posture, you won't know them, they're completely fucking gray men. Those are the guys that are truly dangerous. The guy walking around with a tank top, big fucking tats, goddamn Challenger, like that guy's a fucking sucker.
Yeah, Punisher t-shirt.
You can almost tell by looking at him who the more dangerous guy is. Just standing next to him.
I try and constantly, whether I'm carrying or not, always just look like I'm going to the gym. So it's just like, just constantly look like I'm in gym gear.
I vibe with that. I just got my first pair of Birkenstocks.
I've never had a pair of Birkenstocks, for the record.
Bro, they're so comfortable. Holy shit.
I mean, I think the key for self-defense is 90% awareness. It's just you're gathering intel on a continuous basis. You know.
It's true. What's the Ben Franklin quote? It says, "The price of liberty is constant vigilance." That's true in your own life too.
Once again, the founding fathers giving us lessons that apply to our nation, to the state, to the town, and to the.
Dude, you know what needs to be made? Speaking of, like, we were talking about movies the other day. Fucking a founding fathers movie. That's just not about, I mean, yeah, the war and stuff, all that, it's there, it's background, it's happening. But it's about the personalities. Who these guys fucking were, you know?
Dude, isn't there a fucking, what's his name? Goddamn, this Franklin is out right now. It's a TV show on Apple.
Oh, what's it on? What's it on?
It's on Apple. It's,
who's playing Franklin?
Dude, it's motherfucking, what's his name? What's his name? Famous actor. Michael Douglas.
Oh, Michael Douglas.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out. Yeah, you're right.
He's a good actor, dude. He's a great fucking actor.
You know who I wish we would have had play Franklin before he died is John Candy.
Yeah,
that's the perfect guy for Franklin.
They needed a fat guy, even though Franklin wasn't fat until he basically retired. You know?
Yeah, you gotta play him fat the whole time. Yeah. I mean, like, dude, the John Adams miniseries is fucking awesome. The one with Paul Giamatti. We need more shit like that.
The problem is that you know that they're gonna fucking, like, they're gonna be like, oh, he had an affair with his black slave woman, and he was a piece of shit. You know, like, you know how they're gonna do. They're not gonna, like, portray these guys as here, unless he's Lincoln. Like Lincoln, they portrayed as it. If you want really good training for self-defense and easily found, I recommend that you find your local IPSC chapter. International Pistol Shooters Cooperation. International Pistol Shooters something. IPSC. Because I did that when I was a kid. And it was a fucking blast. Because what those guys do is they got standard targets, right? And then what they do is they set up different scenarios. So, like, I was fucking, like, 12 years old, I think, and doing defensive shooting, like they would drag out a porta shitter right in the middle of the range, and then, tie a rope to the fucking door. And, like, okay, put your pistol next to you on the shitter, right? Your pants are down. Obviously you don't pull your pants down, but your pants are down, so you can't move, right? You can't walk because your pants are around your fucking ankles. And be ready to shoot, and then they would move the targets around, and then they'd say, shoot is ready, somebody pull on the rope, and, you'd fucking have to pick your target, you'd have to grab your pistol, fucking pick your target, and, like, put good shots in the zone. That's all, like, really, really, really good training that is highly accessible, isn't expensive, and a great place to start. Like, I think a lot of guys these days, especially, they'll get on fucking YouTube, they'll go watch all these fucking cosplayers on YouTube, and they'll be like, oh, like, they'll be too intimidated by that, because those guys are good, because that's all they do, that's their whole fucking job, is to shoot for YouTube dollars. You know what I mean? So, like, it's easy to get intimidated, whereas you go and you find an organization, you go find an IPSC or whatever, like, they're used to newbies, and the cool thing about the gun community, maybe the coolest thing about the gun community, is that they all want to teach you how to do it right, and they want you to teach you how to do it safe. And so you can, it's almost universal. Yeah, there's a few boners out there, but almost universally, in America anyway, like, shooting is professional and safe and deliberate and accessible to anyone. I mean, like, nothing is...
You don't watch Bob London videos for motivation?
Dude, I do. No, don't get me wrong. I love all that. I will never fucking shame a dude's kink. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. By the way, this is one of my favorite buddy to go shooting with is a guy who goes to the range way more often than me, but is worse than me at shooting. Because it always makes me feel good. Like, oh yeah, I barely go. I'm better than you.
well, if you can find a buddy who will go with you, that's perfect. You know, you're a gym buddy, right? Why do you have a gym buddy? A gym buddy keeps you disciplined.
Right.
So you got a shooting buddy, then yeah, like you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days. By the way, like I have fucking bad days all the time at the range, and I have, you know, I'd say my median rounds downrange per year is around 70,000, and so it's like, you know, the it's not about being good every time. It's about greasing the groove, so that when shit does hit the fan, you're gonna default to your lowest level of training. Okay, like if I was in a fucking, you know, civilian everyday shooting, like I promise you, I'm not gonna go full operator and like start flanking and calling in CAS. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be like, whoa, 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 you know what I mean? I'm gonna fucking, you know, I'm gonna fuck it up. The guy's gonna be riddled with fucking holes. You know what I mean? It's because that's just what happens when you're not expecting it. And so even the slickest motherfucker on YouTube, like, is gonna be fucked in a real world scenario. So all you have to do is train the basics over and over and over and over again. And that way when you need it, you've defaulted to that lowest level.
It seems like everything in life, if you master the fundamentals, you're gonna be.
I mean, I don't think that's true. Like, I think that there are things that you can learn, especially with the internet these days. Like, you can be a developer, a talented, you know, fucking developer inside of a year because it's all accessible. The difference between knowledge, book knowledge, and street knowledge, right? We all know that there's a difference. But when it comes to shooting, especially, there is so much about it that you can't just decide to do. You can't just bullshit your way out of, because it's about proprioception, it's about instinct, it's about fighting that instinct, right? Your instinct is going to be to tunnel vision on the target, pull the trigger, you know, 3 times, and then hope he goes down, and then you're going to wait. If you're not trained, you're going to wait, you're going to be like, okay, is he dead? You know what I mean? You're not going to see his fucking buddy circling behind you with a fucking baseball bat who's going to crack your fucking skull open. You know what I mean? Because all you've done is been at the range. So shooting just requires, it's like golf, right? It's a perishable skill, and if you don't train it, then it disappears. If I was involved in a shooting today, probably, because it's been a while since I've been in the fucking service, probably I would fumble it, my heart rate would go through the roof, I'd be fucking scared, and I might remember to, like, protect my 6. You know what I mean? Like, just baseline. Like, that might be the one thing that I do better than most guys, but beyond that, like, you know, it's not like I'm in the fucking shoot house once a week, like I used to be, you know what I mean? And also, you know, most of the shit we did with our 416s or our fucking M4s. So it's like, you know, if you can get that minimum training and you can get that 360-degree training and you can grease that groove a couple of times a year, you're going to be better than 95% of the other dudes out. We call that 95%, we call that mobile resupply.
Chris, what's the name of that group again? You said that you were involved with?
IPSC.
IPSC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Indigo, Papa, Sierra, Charlie.
I thought it was the loot crate.
What was that, Vic? Sorry?
I thought you said they were called loot crates.
No, I mean the loot crates, mobile resupply, fucking walking fucking disaster. Yeah, long pig.
So funny. I remember you're like, you see a Hawaiian Hawaiian shirt.
Boom.
Thank God. Yeah. God has, given you free
God has
ammunition.
blessed you with probably $30,000 worth of kits.
Yeah.
A brand new rifle that's been shot twice. Like well marbled fucking meat. Yeah, it's all.
What's your thought on suppressors?
Useless. If you are with a squad or a squadron or a fucking company, whatever, and you're training in the shoot house and you're shooting every day, you need to be able to communicate with each other audibly. You need to be able to hear what's going on around you. You need that additional sense. But a suppressor, you're looking at maximum 15 to 25 decibel reduction. Okay, so it's not quiet, and all it's doing at that point is saving your ears. Now, if you are setting up Overwatch on a raid because you're about to fucking take down a bunch of HVTs in Helmand Province, and you need 2 snipers on Overwatch on yonder hill, then it might make sense for them to have some suppressors, because the suppressors do a good job of diffusing the sound, of making the sound hard to triangulate. I can see, though, in that situation that being useful, but none of you all are going to fucking do that. So a suppressor, it looks cool, and I'm not going to dog on a guy for getting a suppressor. Like, he wants to save his hearing. He doesn't want to blow his eardrums out. Cool, but it's not as tactically necessary as Hollywood and these fucking YouTubers would make you think. I've got an integrally suppressed Ruger 1022 little hunting rifle. It's a takedown, so I can throw it in a backpack. That is a blast to shoot. So much fun. It's 22, so it's already quiet, right? You're looking at 90.
Oh, you have a stapler.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. A fucking staple. Exactly. That's fun. Because shooting staples at people is fun, and shooting...
No, it's that quiet. It's like...
No, I mean, the bolt sound is louder than the actual crack of the bullet. It's beautiful. And so, yeah, it's great fun. You get to take that shit camping, go out there, fucking plinkett squirrels or whatever. Like, yeah, absolute blast. And, yeah, I mean, like, that's also great because people can't, that sound isn't traveling through the hills. So, if you are a survivalist, you're planning on being out of the woods, then, yeah, like, a suppressed 22 is maybe, like, the perfect gun for you. Because you can kill small game, it offers self-defense, and you're very hard to find with that quiet of a gun. So, there are uses, but guys who go to the range and screw on their fucking suppressor, like, when nobody else has one, like, all they're doing there is jerking off of them.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of guys with suppressors at the range, and I always wonder, like, why the fuck would they have a suppressor? But I guess it was for the hearing more than anything else, they were saying.
Okay, and that's fine, but if you're at a range with a bunch of other people without suppressors, right, then, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're just you're cosplaying.
Yeah, it would be lit if there were, like, suppressor-only hours that, like, people can go to.
Oh, the United States Army, my friend. Called a night shoot at SOCOM.
Oh, nice.
We had a SAW squad automatic weapon. It's you guys have seen it.
We've all played video games.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. Okay, yeah, fucking nerds. All right, so yeah, we slammed a suppressor on a SAW one time. That was pretty fun. Like shooting that from the head. Felt like you were like, that was fun. But again, and the suppressors are fun. Like, I can't deny that. I just think that, like, they have almost no real tactical value for 95.
If it's not 22 or 300 Black Ops, why?
Or subsonic 9mm or 45. Like, yeah, that's all fun. Dude, my favorite fucking gun in the whole wide world, and people are gonna make fun of me, it's a suppressed UMP-45. Have you guys?
Yeah, we talked about this.
Okay. Oh my god, dude, I had the folding stock on this motherfucker. slide it down between the seat and the console and the truck. I mean, that is a truly. I mean, I was plugging fucking, man-sized targets at 50 yards with that thing. It's beautiful.
Not gonna lie, the Scorpion's been looking pretty sexy.
I just
could
never get into CZ. I just never could. I always thought their guns were up.
I guess that's fair. I don't know. I don't think they're ugly, but they're not like good looking. But they're not like ugly like Glocks either.
My favorite, like, modern ZMP, HK, MP5, these things, they came out in the fucking, I think the MP5 came out in the
80s.
No, way earlier than that.
Well, I mean, Die Hard is like popular, right?
Well, yeah, but but you couldn't get them. Anyway, the subgun that I think is a wonderful, wonderful firearm. It's a step change better than the MP5. Is SIG's MPX 9mm.
I saw that. Yeah.
I've got one. And
nice.
Dude, I'm telling you, and I put this thing through the fucking paces, like out in the mud, out in the ice. This thing just does not fail. It's beautiful.
You like that way better. It blows the SP5 or whatever out the park.
I think the MP5 is like a fine, like. The thing about the MP5 is that it's got a roller block mechanism.
Yeah, roller back, delay, blow back, or whatever.
So like we all know that direct impingement or indirect impingement like an M4 is just more reliable, full stop. And so or the rising block like in a Glock. That to me, so you've got the internal components are like 70% interoperable with your M4. It just to me it's like the fucking Toyota Hilux of subguns at this point. Just
you don't how do you feel about I think they were called FG7s, like the Fokkers or whatever. They basically same feel as the AR. You ever shot those?
There are subguns that will run a larger round. For me, in a subgun, what I'm looking for is if you're carrying how can I put this? If you're carrying a subgun, it is a defensive gun. It is not something that you take into the house with you in an ambush. And so your subgun is, it's your truck gun, it's your backpack gun, it's your lay it down a bunch of suppressive fire and then leave, right? That's what a subgun is for. It's not an offensive weapon. If you're rocking an offensive weapon, and you're running 5.56 or 7.62, then you want a proper rifle that can take a beating, that can engage targets at 1 meter and 300 meters. That's what you're looking for in a battle rifle. So combining the two, to me, it's like putting an electric motor in a pickup truck. You know what I mean? It's like, you can drive it, but is it really prepared for the work that it's designed to do? And there's happy mediums there. There's a G36, 6 got the Rattler. There are ways that you can reconfigure. I mean, this is the whole point of the SCAR, right? Was that you could swap out your uppers and your mags and have basically 5-6 different rifles with different purposes, including a shorty. I think they did a 10.5-inch barrel for the SIG or for the SCAR. Again, for me, it's leave the SIG in the truck. For me, it's all about having that diversity and that Swiss Army knife of an M4 or an AR or a fucking a SCAR heavy, a fucking Finfal, something like that.
I carry a SIG 365. Doesn't matter that I carry. I like it. It's a good gun.
Yeah, I mean, pistol wise, I mean, whatever gets the job done. You know, like I've got SIGs, I've got Glocks, I've got Colts, I've got a Staccato. I just, you know, it's whatever gets the job done. Like a baby Glock is fine for, I would say, 70-80% of people.
Yo, 150K Bitcoin. I'm getting Alien Lago. That Borax Chris. I don't know if you've seen that gun. It's like the most bougie, retarded amount of money you can spend on a
Yeah, it's
pistol.
like a $3,500 ported fucking three. That's a 3-gun gun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. Delayed blowback, fucking all kinds of customizable options. I mean,
It's all like a frame that you just reassemble real fast.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not into like kink shaming. I just, for me personally, based on my experience, it's less about the gun and more, and it's even less about how you shoot. It's more about your tactics. Yeah. I mean, think about it. Think about fucking Second Battle of Fallujah, for example, right? Like, that was a bunch of fucking 17 and 18-year-old Marines. You know, they got 14 weeks of training at Parris Island and then got thrown into the grinder. And yeah, they got tuned up, but they also fucking just flattened Fallujah. You know what I mean? Like, house by house, these motherfuckers were just stacking bodies. Well, why is that? It has nothing to do with how good a shooter they are, and everything to do with how they operate as a group, right? And that's, and whether or not that's a function of the officer corps and their tactical training, whatever. The point is that if you have good tactics, your shooting matters significantly less than how you are massing fire on the enemy and in which. By the way, that is exactly where strategy and tactics diverge. Tactics is how you implement. Strategy is where and when you implement. And so strategy at its lowest level is the company commander or even the fucking platoon commander finding ways to mass fire on the enemy at the right time and place. That's strategy. And then how he implements that, I'm going to use a flanking maneuver. I'm going to, make a retrograde movement. I'm going to channelize the enemy into this fucking neighborhood or alley or whatever. That's tactic. It's also extremely hard to teach because you need multiple people, and it's not something that you just get overnight. Like, I think, I went to Ranger School, and Ranger School, I would say, is less about the tactics and more about just the fucking smoke fest. But I would say that we spent roughly 50% of our training time on these detachment level tactics. Okay, what happens when, okay, we're in 2 trucks, all right? We got 6 guys in each truck. You got fucking 3 dudes in the back, a guy in the turret, 2 guys in the front. And we take usually it's 3 trucks. It's 3 with 4 each. But for the purposes of discussion, right, we take an IED in the front truck. What do? Right, the front truck is disabled. What do? I don't know. Are we taking small arms fire? Yes, no. If yes, then we need to get off the fucking X. Like, we're not going to get out and render fucking care to these guys in the truck. We are going to drive up behind them, slowly put our bumper into their rear, and fucking push them off the X because we're taking small arms fire. We can't render care if they're shooting at us. Oh, okay, there is no SAF. There is no small arms fire. Okay, that's a different scenario. Like, okay, maybe then we do want to, right? Maybe we do want to recover and, like, circle the wagons and set up a fucking mash or whatever, right? Like, that alone, that one thing alone, hey, mounted, react to IED. That's a whole battle drill. That's a whole battle drill that we will spend a week training and retraining. Just that one thing. Okay, what if you got 3 trucks? Whole new battle drill. Right? What if you are in Hiluxes instead of Humvees? What if you're in RGs, what if you're in MRAPs instead of Humvees? Well, those are wildly different vehicles, right? One is heavily armored, one is lightly armored, one has no armor. Okay, so how does that change your tactics? So just like, for example, those two scenarios that I just described to you, that's a week of training apiece. And it's not like you, one and done, T for trained, right? You've got to rehearse it over and over and over again until it becomes instinct. And that's just driving. We haven't even gotten to the fucking shoot house. We haven't gotten to fucking laying in a raid or an ambush, right? We're just talking about driving down the road. All of that stuff, all of that basic stuff, all of that minutia is what differentiates an infantryman from a guy off the street and a special operator from an infantryman. And then there are different tiers of special operations. And what they're doing is they're not talking about how to fucking halo out of the space shuttle with a laser, okay? They're talking about how to properly render care in an IED ambush on a road. It's that baseline, but still very complex.
Yo, you went way too deep, bro. Pause for Lamar's gonna get off mic to troll me. But everyone's just still at stippling, so just take it back. It's chill.
Some motherfucker out there rattle canning his fucking Glock.
What's up, Patrick?
One time we rolled out with a couple of fucking State Department guys, so diplomatic security. A lot of these guys are former military, regular Army usually, so they're incrementally better than your standard infantryman, but you're not obviously haven't trained on the motherfucking basics. And so we got in a convoy with these guys, like to kind of rock drill. So before you roll out on patrol, you do a rock drill, right? You'd be like, all right, everybody circle up. Hey, you four get into a group. You four get into a group. Okay, there's our two things. There's our two cars, all right? And then you walk the route. Like, you might just dig a line in the dust and be like, okay, here's road 1, here's road 2, here's where we turn, here's our rally point, here's where we turn around, here's our return route or whatever. Then you walk and talk, right? Like, okay, vehicle 1 is going to enter the intersection first, and then take a right and wait for vehicle 2 to clear the intersection, blah, blah, blah. You walk it through, very deliberate. So we assumed that all these State Department guys understood these basics. We got a call from like whatever their fucking commander equivalent is. Like, why? Like, it's an 8 a.m. patrol. Why are you guys gathering at 4 a.m.? He's like super butthurt about it. He's like, why are you waking my guys up at 4 a.m. for an 8 a.m. patrol? And I remember this, our team sergeant's like the gray beard. He's the 18 Zulu. He's the senior enlisted guy. He's just salty as fuck. I have never in my life seen a senior enlisted guy just give someone 2 barrels like this fucking guy did. He's like, all right, motherfucker, tell you what, we'll leave at 8 o'clock, and if you guys get fucking smoked, that's on you. I'm gonna write it down right here in the fucking log that so-and-so fucking called me and didn't want to rehearse. I mean, he just fucking destroyed this guy. And the end of the call said, all right, he's like, all right, look, you're going to come down here at fucking 3 a.m. You alone. And you and I'm going to give you a fucking class on why you rehearse. And then he hung up the fucking phone. It's fucking awesome. This guy's name is a huge Mexican. Probably 6 foot tall, maybe 250. This guy's fucking huge. Monster of a man. Real soft spoken. But man, when you pissed him off, Adam was his name, and when you pissed him off, he'd be like, come here, and then he'd look at his feet, and you could tell he was pissed because he's got like nervous leg syndrome, right? So his legs going up there, and be like, come here, and then what he'd do is he'd put his hand on your shoulder, pull you in close, be like, what the fuck are you fucking doing out there? Like, he wouldn't yell, he would get all quiet, just like, he knew you'd have. Green Berets, we usually don't yell.
Chris, can you tell us a similar style story, but about the ball pit at McDonald's Play Place when you were a kid?
I never went to the ball pit as a kid. I was too busy at the motherfucking ring.
Oh, boy. You missed.
I mean, my dad was in the Army, too.
And I would just like to hear, you know, the level of intensity in a ball pit.
I have a fucking 99%. I mean, I feel that Dave's question is completely chat GPT question. He didn't fucking.
No, I definitely came up with it. What I asked ChatGPT to ask a question.
Yeah, what would I ask a Green Beret to get off the topic of killing people?
This wasn't even about killing people.
Oh, that would be easy. I know how to get Chris going. Hey, just talk to him.
Go ahead.
We had the opposite of these TSS guys was the Guam, as you guys know, is like a U.S. territory. They have a National Guard there, and unfortunately, because the economy is so like fucking limited, going into the Army National Guard, they have a whole ass unit in Guam, and so it's kind of one of the like key ways that a young guy can like kind of level up in life out there, because otherwise you're on a fucking island, you're just stuck there. You know, there's not much for you. So these Guamanian guys showed up. We were in the south of Helmand, and these fucking Guamanian guys showed up, and they were like, "Hey, Chris, like, go fucking patrol with these fucking guys or whatever." Like, you know, and it felt like a shitty ass fucking detail. Like, I was like, because I was pretty junior at the time, I was like, oh man, I gotta go fucking, you know, liaise with the goddamn fucking National Guard. Like, that's a bullshit job. I want to go fucking roll with the SAS dudes. They're like, no, you go hang out with the Guam dudes. So I roll up to these guys, you know, and I'm in like short shorts, flip flops, and like a multicam top that I cut the sleeves off of. You know, just absolute dirtbag. Fucking long hair, you know, goddamn fucking dust and food in my beard, just absolute dirtbag. And of course, like rocking like my fucking, you know, I got my Glock on a drop holster that's like longer than my shorts. Just all kinds of dick stuff.
You mean like dirtbag, like in your PTR, that kind of?
Yes, exactly correct. That is exactly that photo. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure is from that deployment. Just dirtbag. Anyway. I rolled up to these guys, and there was it smelled wonderful, and there was one like white lieutenant, you know, who went to fucking West Point, who got assigned to this unit. Short, real nice guy. I think he might have been Mormon or whatever, and you could tell this guy was just completely out of his element because he had all these like Oompa Loompa fucking Guamanian dudes running around, and the Guamanian dudes like. You know, you can send packages to yourself, or you know, your family can send you packages. And so all these dudes got sent was food. You know, fucking pallets of Spam and rice and fucking coconut milk. This is fucking Afghanistan. There's none of this shit out there. So they get it all shipped in, and they're cooking. They've got their own fucking mess tent, and they're making their own food just because they can't fucking handle the, you know, whatever the fucking food the dining facility is making. So it smells wonderful. I'm like, holy shit. And I shit you not, without saying a fucking word, the platoon sergeant, the top NCO, you know, who's about 5 foot tall, and this lanky ass LT, cherry ass fucking LT, come out and hand me a bowl of like rice and Spam with fucking togarashi and some kind of gravy and like grilled pineapple. I mean, it was like I had died and gone to heaven. So I was immediately in love with this fucking podunk ass, like Islander goddamn fucking National Guard unit. So I'm like, all right guys, like we're gonna do some patrols, like, you know, like like, you know, I got my swagger on, I'm like, I'm fucking Green Beret, like, I'm gonna train all these fucking guys, like, absolute, you know, swagger, whatever. So like, all right, so like next day we line up out at the fucking, like at the little parking lot. They got all their fucking trucks. They're all out there before even me. And these guys are, with the exception of maybe the Army Rangers, the most squared away, tactically proficient, doctrinally accurate, and trained military unit I have ever experienced in my life. It's like they were a hive mind. I think they might have been, actually, because they're all from the same fucking culture, right? They're all Guamanian Islander dudes. You know, short, fucking kind of chunky, no-neck fucking dudes. But these motherfuckers were like squared away as fuck. And we absolutely fucking dominated that part of the province because these guys were so reliable and they were so good. And we never took a fucking casualty. Like, it was just like, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like going to a Michelin-rated restaurant, just like a ballet of perfection. Funny to, and I think it's partially, maybe it's cultural. I think partially because that's literally all they had to do down in fucking Guam. But dude, one of my most favorite deployments, and it wasn't even like cool guy shit. It was fucking just like patrol. I'm over there every night, fucking. These guys, I don't know what you call it, but it's like a reed ball. It's made out of reed, and it's got like beans in it or something. It's about, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches across, and they play. It's like badminton, but it's played with the feet. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. It's a sport, right? You play with these little reed balls, and they kick the ball over this net that they set up, this lightweight net. So it's like I said, it's like badminton, but with your feet. Anyway, I go over there and watch those guys fucking play, and obviously I couldn't play. I'm not that coordinated. And these guys would, you know, they're doing fucking bicycle kicks and shit like that with this little ball, barefoot in fucking 100-degree heat, you know, in the sand up there, like doing backflips, kicking this fucking ball over the fence. Weird.
Chris, is there a part of you that really misses the Army?
No.
Was it a good experience? Not good?
I mean, the military, like most things, you get out of it what you put into it. You know, like, I think we Westerners are pampered in how we think institutions ought to serve us, right? Like, oh, I'm committing my time or money to this institution, whether it's a restaurant or mass transit or your workplace or whatever. There is an expectation of, and maybe an unreasonable expectation of reciprocity or even asymmetry in what you get out of it. The Army is not that way. You know, you get out of it what you put into it. So if you are showing up, doing your job, you know, like to the standard, like, great, good for you, you're a goddamn fucking patriot, thank you. But you're not going to get much out of it. And so you have to actually make the effort, because nobody's going to hand it to you. You have to make the effort to understand why your job is important, where it sits in the broader political context, why it is a more good and moral thing that you're doing. And more interestingly or more usefully, I think, is what are the principles that are underlying why a military works the way it does. You know, that's really useful information for a lot of people because you can apply that knowledge. Hey, this is how people behave in a group. Whether it's my family or my tribe or my workplace or whatever, you can apply all of that knowledge to your everyday after the Army, after the military. That gives you high utility. And this is just as true for fucking, it's first principles thinking, right? It's just as true for, like, if you're into fucking Bitcoin or shooting or whatever. If you can find the first principles that underpin whatever you're doing, then of course it has utility. Of course it's useful.
I think it also depends on like what your career field is in the military, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like most people in the military are not Green Berets, right?
But if you are, I don't know, logistics or fucking medical or comm or whatever, those are skills that do actually translate directly to the outside world, and getting that real life, real time experience is and can actually be a net good in my.
Yeah, it's 100% right. And also you get the added halo effect of having served. You know, at the end of the day, at least in the United States, having served, you know, apples to apples, your resume is gonna be put in front of that other guy's simply because you served. You were lucky in that way, in that there is still some respect for the military in our country.
I don't know. I've never, like, when I went the contracting route. I worked in the same building that I retired from. Like, literally, I left in uniform. I came back in khakis. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know, because I've never gone through the whole civilian, you know, looking at my military.
Yeah.
Sure. I've only worked in the government military environment for the duration of the time that I had a gig. But what I do know is the experience, like just the shit that you do. Like, I joke about it sometimes. Like, when I first went into the military and I got to, like, Kitover was my first duty station or whatever, and I was like base comm. Our fucking data center was like a fucking $50-60 million data center. In order, if you're like a civilian, to go that route to be like a legit tier 3 administrator, bro, you're never gonna walk in and get admin credentials and actually do real work. You need like years of fucking training, for what I've heard. Like, they talk about that all the time, the way they like compartmentalize whatever. And Chris, you know, in the military, they want you to learn as much as you fucking can so that you can translate across the board regardless of where they send you off to. And so, just in terms of exposure and experience, I would argue that you get more out of that than you do fucking 4 years in college. That's just bullshit to me.
100%. I mean, and that is a first principle in the military that cuts across the entire thing. It's one of the few things that at least the United States military does extremely well. And I think it comes from this idea that guys from the military are compulsive teachers. Without question, any guy you meet who has spent time in the military, he is going to know how to teach you how to do something. And why is that important from a first principles perspective? It's important because you're spreading institutional knowledge around, which is really useful, say, in a combat situation. If one of your guys gets whacked, maybe there's 2 guys who can, fill that job, right? They got some cross training. In the military, we call it hip pocket training, right? Hey, we're standing around in fucking line. All right, guys, let's do some quick hip pocket training on, on fucking tourniquets or whatever. Right? That cross training, that compulsion to teach, is a first principles thing. So, like, Lamar is right. Like, you can drink from a fire hose your whole career and come out of that, a real force multiplier. Whether you come back as a contractor or go to work in the
Yeah. Compulsive teaching. There's one other area I've seen that in big time, and that's anybody that's like brown or black belt level in jiu-jitsu is a compulsive teacher. They just can't help it.
Well, let's take it back to the most primal, right? You're in a fucking tribe in your fucking cave, and you've got men and women. The women are watching and making babies, and the men are out like fucking hunting and defending the tribe. So, like, it makes sense when it comes to combat of any type that men have this compulsive need to teach the other members of their tribe. This is what we do when fucking the clans and the Clowries attack our fucking.
Yeah. There's plenty of guys at my level or less that like to try to teach, but just aren't effective at it. And it's amazing amazing how repetitive teaching will actually make you a good teacher eventually. Like, a lot of guys, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's just experience. Nice melons, Patrick.
Thank you. I take pride in them. They're juicy and sweet.
Say, look it.
This dude was trying to buy 17 melons at Costco, and they asked him how many, so they didn't have to scan them, and he said 14. I'm just like,
dirt, man.
Exactly.
Man, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bitch, but that shit would eat at me. Like, that's a wrong thing to do. You can't.
I can see you going crazy over that thing. Well, it's just not right. I mean, it's like people just don't know, you know. I just went and grabbed something at a diner, and this group of 6 people came in, right? And they ordered, like 3 of them ordered Scrapple. I don't know if Scrapple is a thing for you Canucks, but
No, it depends on what you get.
What's Scrapple?
It's a
Scrapple
PA
is like
thing.
is it a PA?
Yeah. Yeah, it's mainly PA.
Okay, well, it's very common here. But they, it's like a crispy, it's like almost like a bacony sausage kind of thing. Anyway, the waitress didn't say that they don't have any, so they were out of Scrapple. So she took the orders back. They started working on the orders. Then she came back out and had to tell them that. So they were disappointed. They got like bacon, sausage, whatever. And then they ended up, another couple came in, ordered a Scrapple sandwich, and the waitress just took the order like she forgot that quickly that they didn't have Scrapple.
I thought you guys were saying Scrabble.
Scrapple.
Patrick, they got this shit in Kentucky. It's called Geta. It's similar.
What's it called? Yeta?
Geta with a G. It's Goetta.
That's interesting. Is it basically the same thing?
It's not the same. It's more. I don't even know. These like regional things are so hard to describe. When I eat it, it kind of tastes like sausage gravy that's fried.
What do you need, boss? Sorry, yelling at somebody. Forgot I was on mic.
Dave, is that how you talk to your employees?
Yeah, I need everybody falling off the wagon.
So this same group of 6 were in there, and they were there when I got there. But like, I guess it took them a while to order. And at one point, they were like talking kind of quietly, and I said hi to the guy, my buddy who works there. And the one guy looked up like he was annoyed at me, and I realized they were praying. And I'm like, oh, I wanted to be. I was kind of like, oh, okay. The prayer ended up taking like 5 minutes. I'm like, get that shit over with, man.
Scrabble is just not a PA thing for the record. It's probably like the surrounding region, but like
that's what I'm thinking.
Like,
you know what? Yeah, because
like,
I grew up with someone, Mar, and he in Delaware, and they used to eat Scrabble all the time.
Yeah, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. I think even North Carolina. I've been to a couple places that have.
PA is like ground zero for it. At least it's known that way.
Hey Patrick, how often you go back to?
I'm not far from there. My mom is still there, so a couple times a week.
You from Wilmington, right?
I'm from Newark. It's close to Wilmington.
Oh, Newark, yeah.
Yeah. But I like our conversations more though, because when we're talking about Wilmington, we're talking about like Wilmington, you know.
Oh,
like
yeah.
now in this region, they call Wilmington in this region they call Wilmington like the suburbs, and like that's not what people mean when they're
Wilmington is
talking
not
about
the suburbs at all.
No,
Don't
no.
let them lie. We'll get fucked up. Don't. No, it's not.
Yeah, my sister was like her one of her best friends. Her husband got murdered on his porch. This was probably about 10 years ago, and I was like, that's enough for me. That's enough to know not to live in that area. You know?
Yeah, bro. When I would like before COVID, when I was going like back and forth to New York, I would take the train in straight into the city, like you know what I mean. And I would do it. I would leave out of Wilmington, and I hated staying there, and so I take the train there, and then I do what I gotta do, and I take the train right back. I park in a little parking garage right there. When I get back, it's the latest fuck, like you know what I mean?
Right.
And bro, it's sketchy as a motherfucker.
Well, you said you're people from Chester, right? Or you have some. It's not unlike the feeling in Chester, you know.
Oh no, Chester is definitely a hood. My people are from my dad's from Chester, my mom's from Philly, and so yeah, little mix. You fuck around in Chester?
Nah, nope, no reason for that. No reason at all.
Alright, as long as you don't stay long.
Any place where I have to be concerned about the amount of time I'm there is a place, honestly, that I probably don't need to be in.
That's fair.
I went to one of the soccer games, whatever that soccer team is. My friend from work had free tickets, so I went once, never again. Not because of Chester, but because they charged me like $12 for a beer. So I was like, yeah, this is dumb.
Yeah. Yo, did you see we got paused?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard about that. You think it's gonna work out?
It fucking better. We gave them motherfucking $200 million, so I would hope.
Well, that doesn't mean it's gonna work out.
If it doesn't, I'm over the Sixers. I'm definitely.
Come on, I don't believe that. You've been a Sixers fan your whole life. You're saying that if that doesn't work out, then you're suddenly not gonna be a fan.
Yeah, I don't actually mean it, but it's like, you know, I do, sort of.
I had that with the Leafs. I was a fan until I was like 27 or so, and I quit watching completely because they sucked so bad. The one playoff series, never really watched them.
They're the only team that I actually wish you meet them people and you meet them one year and they're like Laker fans, and then the next year LeBron's in Miami, they got a jersey on. I kind of wish I was one of them niggas, bro, because the Sixers have let me down my entire life, literally.
That's the legacy of Philly. Dave, who was the sports team you were talking? Who were you talking about?
The Maple Leafs, the hockey.
Oh, okay.
I actually always my second favorite team was always Philadelphia. The Flyers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's all I got. The 71, 72 Flyers, like I could watch documentaries about them all day.
So the Phillies, I mean, the Flyers are your second favorite team?
Yeah, for sure.
That's back when they had like Eric Lindros and all.
It's pretty Lindros. That's like Bay Schultz, Ron Hextall. Yeah, that was like the Broad Street Bullies. Oh yeah, when I was growing up, they had Eric Lindros. That was pretty cool. And they had a good run, like I don't know, 10 years ago.
And then we can go to Monica, and then we can go to Jane. Well, actually, we're not going to go to Joby. Fuck you, Joby, with your little rolly eyes. So we're now skipping Joby because she's being a bitch.
Stupid bitch.
And we're going to go to Monica.
I'm sorry, I was putting the article that I put in the chat in a telegram to look at later because the skewed narrative of it's because white MAGA people are racist is old. We need some new material from Jane. 42 books were banned, 8 of them from black authors, and I actually can't stand with Jane in saying we need to learn about Frederick Douglass. We need to learn about Booker T. Washington. We need to learn about Toni Morris and the bluest eye, but also be very careful to make sure that there's an age-appropriate warning on the bluest eye, given the fact that the main character's dad raped and impregnated her. So, there's adult content that's being foisted upon our elementary school children that I don't think is appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, so here's what we're not going to do. So, Joby, if you're going to be a cunt, please leave on your own before I have to read you to the point that you cry, because I will, right? Don't be disrespectful to the room and be interruptive, because here's the thing. Half this house asks us to throw you out all the time. I'm going to be level with you. Me, Roger, and Kelly have had at least 200 requests to have you thrown out of this house. I enjoy you, and I give you grace when you're rude as shit to people and when you interrupt people, in the same way that I give others grace. So if you want to be rubbed the wrong way, that I clocked you on being interruptive and having no impulse control, then go ahead. But it's probably in your best interest you get the fuck out of this room before you actually piss me off and I decide to come at you, because right now I'm just irritated that you seem to think you're special to where you're going to interrupt me mid-sentence as if you're not an educator with impulse control. You know better, right? And if you want to say have an echo chamber and talk amongst ourselves, I don't know what echo chamber Jane and I are in, or Monica and Jane are in, so save the whiny fucking condescending shit and maybe do one of two things. Shift the attitude and rejoin the conversation, or get the fuck out.
Bitch ass nigga.
Bren, Matt has a hard on for you right now. He loves it whenever you get mad.
I can't have people who are interruptive, rude, and then want to play victim and whine about it, right? Why would you interrupt somebody mid-sentence and say, hey, can I comment about this? Yeah, when I'm done fucking talking. That's how that works. That's how it works at forums. That's how it works in government. That's how it works in education, which are all things that fucking Joby participates in. So she's more than capable of waiting. And for me to clock it like I clocked everybody else should have just been fucking basic. But the attitude and the little emoji eye roll, get the fuck out if you want to be rude. right? I return the energy other people have. And so, you know, Joe B is getting energy returned because she decided to come at me in a particular direction. And it's just funny because every time people don't get their way, things are an echo chamber all of a sudden. I don't know what echo chamber includes Jane and Monica, but that's fine. I guess we're suddenly this very broad echo chamber.
That's a good one.
But anyways, we're going to redirect past and maybe Joe B will check her fucking attitude and join back in later. But Jane, go ahead. I know you were trying to talk before.
No, it actually was all set. Thank you, Brad.
Okay, well, Andre was coming off mic.
Yeah, just really quickly, but the CRT problem, it's very interesting that they actually were bold enough to so the CRT. I mean, that's the type of stuff that's been going on since the 90s. I mean, I think the first academic works that were analyzing implementation in the secondary education of the CRT as a teaching technique has been going on since the 90s. And I mean, Yosso Solorzano been doing a lot of work in that area for decades at this.
Yeah, I've done a lot of work with CRT. It's a religion, and people should be free to teach their children their religion, but they shouldn't be free to teach it in the public school.
So again, I'm going to say this because I guess Jane didn't hear me the first time through. I think banning books is stupid. I read vociferously. I devour books. In fact, most of my life has been without a TV. I remember our first color being it was not that great. So I'm just going to say that I think banning books is there. And I think when the left does stupid things that gets books banned, they're dumb. I think when the right does it, they're dumb. So you don't have to read them. You got a choice. And if an author puts something out, you can read it. You can decide to do it or not. But at the end of the day, this whole government about free speech and all this stuff and all these advocates, it's just one-sided every time I hear about it. You don't want a book like Frederick Douglass banned, but you're okay with banning, I don't know, Huck Finn. You know, and you have these things. You mean you took the Indian off the land of Lake's butter, but kept the land. Typical white person move, but that happens.
I mean,
Okay.
Oh, it was silly. I was just going to chime in and say we can have Dolly Madison, the picture of a white girl on a cake box, but we take the Indian off. It just seems reverse psychology to me. It's so stupid. But, you know, just saying. I liked the Indian.
Yeah, so Brad, sorry, Andre, I'll go very quickly since Brad is misstating and going off on a weird tangent. I was simply asking the question to the room, why is the Frederick Douglass autobiography banned? I appreciate Brad's explanation. Thank you, Brad. I don't think it should be. That's all that was there. That you could take that, Brad, and run into a diatribe about Land O'Lakes butter is why this country is.
Well, why do you think the Outsiders got banned? That we don't want to teach our children that there's two different sides to society and push them to level up. We're going to take away that book because you live on one side of the tracks and I live on the other. I mean, this is the world. What are we doing? I mean, we've got to get better than this. But if you aren't working locally with your government, and I'm telling you, it starts with your municipalities there locally, and then go to your state government. Keep moving. That's the only way you're going to get anything done.
Well, in Florida, they did get it done. There's school choice. There's universal schools out.
100%. And my kids went to a school of choice, which was pretty much like a private school that I just paid taxes for. But, yeah.
I mean, America was set up for religious freedom.
Sorry, Jane. What was your response to me? I'm confused.
Let's move
So, like I said, I don't.
Don't repeat it though. Please don't repeat it. It was nonsense.
I don't need you to talk. You can go on mute. There you go.
Oh,
I
you know
gave
what? I'm
a
gonna
chance to
follow
speak.
Bren's directions, but not yours. And Bren, if you want me on mute, please tell me, and I will do so.
Yeah, I
Fucking
think I'm
Lord.
just gonna stop the Brad and Jane jabbing and just move on to whoever else would like to contribute. And
That's fine. I don't need to deal with
I set a tone. I set it. Brad,
fuck you.
Okay, Jane.
Fuck you, Brad. Fuck you, Brad. Fuck.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness.
Okay, well, everybody's going to the audience for a minute, and I am just going to reset everybody because clearly me losing my temper a little bit gave the wrong signal about the room we're having. Because we've been having a really good room with lots of conservatives and lots of Democrats, and it's gone pretty good. So we're going to dial down the spicy and dial down the personal attacks. And I love Brad, and I enjoy Jane, and I enjoy Joe B, and I enjoy Monica, and we're all going to just coexist in this room because it's been a really good conversation because everybody is in here. So if we could not do the personal attacks, I'm going to bring everybody back up. I would appreciate it. We're going to try to reset the energy level at not telling people to fuck off and calling them, other things. Like, we're going to avoid that.
Well, Bren, I was just in Florida, and the school choice actually works perfectly for exactly the reason you said. People who are woke and leftist have schools to send their kids to, and the government pays for it. And people who are anti-woke have schools. It works for everyone in the state, and no one, not a single person in the state has to worry about people teaching their kids shit they don't want their kids to.
But may I speak? I'm speaking.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you for bringing me back. My eyes were rolled because CRT is a terrible, ongoing indoctrination that's being weaved into education. It's not a high platform that's obvious, and actually, many parents aren't aware of it. That was my eye roll.
What are some of the books that you agree with being banned, Joby?
I don't agree with book banning. I think it's called freedom of speech.
So, was it Higginbotham? So, Not My Idea, a kid's book about whiteness and signing a contract with the devil in order to be a white person who gets to oppress black and minority people. That's a good kid's book.
I never said good kids book. I said freedom of speech. There's another good book called How to Kill a Dragon. Read that one. It talks about being aware.
So what I was gonna say something to what Brad was saying actually, and I think it kind of echoes what you guys are talking about. I think in general, as a general principle, banning books is contrary to the idea of free speech, free expression, but there are also certain limits in terms of age appropriateness to certain books, because we do not allow children access to everything that adults are able to access, because we are guardians of young people until a certain age. So on one hand, I agree there is absolute gross hyperbole in terms of what type of books are banned, and things end up on the list that should not be there perhaps. But on the other hand, there's free-for-all mentality that I heard this. That was the last installment that in the educational system that just kind of raised the hair on my back. That this old French idea of the French education that somehow children should be treated like little adults, as if they have the same level of comprehension, knowledge, and exposure to the world as the adult. They're just smaller in size. I think that's just frankly insane and should not be taken as
My mother, Ruth Stockstead,
was a published poet who wrote anti-racist poetry. But as children, she bought Jemima pancakes for us, and at one point, not realizing, read Little Black Sambo to us. I mean, the evolution of she was the wife of a college professor. What I'm saying is that our collective consciousness I'm much older than most of you, so that's part of the reason. Having said that, times have changed, and our collective awareness and knowledge of all these issues is expanding, and undoubtedly will expand some more. I was educated in a very, very prominent public school, one of the training for teachers at a university in the Midwest, where all the teachers were PhDs, and I did not know about the Tulsa massacre, the Wall Street massacre in Tulsa. I was never taught about it. I didn't know about it in the 1920s. A whole neighborhood of a city in Oklahoma was just wiped out due to racist things that happened in that situation. I mean, we are all getting more knowledge as time goes on, and we need to be able to read about it. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
I mean, that's a fair point, Richard, but one of the things I personally have a problem with is people act as if nothing has changed since the 60s or 50s. There has been no progress. The attitudes are exactly the same. The oppressions are as outrageous, and some say even worse, because they're more surreptitious. There's interest convergence going on full throttle underneath the surface. So those are the type of attitudes that I personally think are unwarranted.
Andre, did you see the Part 2 documentary, the Uncle Tom Part 2 documentary yet? I just watched it last week or week before last. It was really, really good. It had footage and video from right after the Tulsa, Oklahoma race riot / massacre. It was really well done. And I was surprised to see an interview in it with Saul Alinsky, the 11 Rules for Radicals guy. So that's kind of why I mentioned it to Brent earlier, because I didn't know how influential he was even way back then.
Oh yeah, Howard Zinn, Alinsky. It's crazy because you actually read, because I've seen, I've read their stuff in college and even in high school, I think, especially with Howard Zinn. But they were giving us snippets, so it wasn't even a full text that we were reading. We were reading certain, parts of it, and it was discussed in a very sympathetic manner. But I mean, later in life, when I, rehashed those things and read them in their complete entirety, I mean, those things are, they're insane, frankly. I mean, they just lay out. With Zen, he's just providing alternative facts, alternative history, parallel to the reality, but not part of the reality. And Alinsky just is giving you a playbook, sort of like a blueprint of how to subvert reality to subvert the society to your needs, and how to move it as left as possible.
I read the whole Saul Alinsky book during the Obama election, and every word out of it was out of Saul Alinsky's book. All of his speeches were changed, and that was the main word in Saul Alinsky's book. And Saul Alinsky, what he said was, I'm going to give you my synopsis. If you want to change society, you put the screws to the middle class. Hillary Clinton studied under Saul Alinsky, and so did Obama. And when Hillary was given control of the medical insurance, she put the screws to the American people. And she sicked those insurance companies on us. I know because I was there paying for insurance. So that's all.
Oh, going off of the books real quick, and we'll go back to the beautiful state of Florida that I live in. I got a call one morning to come and bring my daughter a shirt because her midriff was showing. And I show up at the school and I can see through. It's like a compound, but they have gates you can see through. And I saw a child with a collar around his neck and a leash. And the girl was pulling him with the leash. And I said, "What are you doing about that?" I talked to the dean and he said, "I can't mess with those kids." What the fuck do you mean you can't mess with those kids? That is not right. We should not be teaching our kids this shit. Now, I'm coming in because she can't have her midriff show, and we live in the state of Florida. Fuck, it's hot as hell. But I brought her a shirt, left work, came here, and you're going to let people drag people around the whole campus? That doesn't work for me. And he was like, "I can't mess with those kids or else I'm going to have a whole bunch of people out front that will be mad at me." And I'm like, fuck those people that are going to be mad at you. Like, I'm mad right now.
This dress code thing is always a lose-lose, right? I actually agree with you. It is hot as balls on the state. But it's also like, I don't know. There was like rules that women, like girls couldn't wear skirts at my high school, like up, like I think 3 inches or something above the knees, 4 inches, I don't know. And I think those things are like kind of ridiculous, but it also is like this is the perfect opportunity to get a woman to enforce these things. Because like as a man, it's just awkward. Like it just gets weird to have to call it. And also like, I was surprised they made you go to school and give her a shirt. Like they used to have T-shirts that they would make people wear, so parents are gonna have to go do this. Like that sounds like a lot. But the fact that they made you go leave work and go to school for this seems.
Well, they did have a shirt for her, but I'm sorry, that is a shaming of her. Why don't you go put those fucking shirts on those weirdos out there that have a leash around their neck and a color? And no, put shirts on them. I'll bring my kid her shirt.
Okay, so I'm reading a book by Abigail Shrier, Shrier, Shear. It's called Bad Therapy. And really, the way we're running schools now is absurd. Everything's a diagnosis, and everybody gets to have their shadow person go around the school with them and try to help them make good choices, and everything is remediated. It's shameful, and it's disrespectful to children.
I mean, it's sort of ironic that everything is a diagnosis except for the things that should be diagnosed.
There we go. It should not be, you should be punished if you do things wrong. I'm sorry, conservative ideas work in schools. There's an English school norm, I need to go pull this up so you can find it, who has one of the top schools in England, and she says, "I'm sorry, conservative ideas work in schools. Everybody in the group, we're for England. We yell for the English soccer team. We're English. And yes, bad things happened, but we're Englishmen. We've lost our path, guys."
I've seen her interviewed a couple of times. I can't remember her name. Let me go see if I can find her.
Thank you, Monica. I just had so much respect for her. She was up there with Marva Johnson in Chicago. You know, you don't help people that you don't set a standard for, and you expect them to reach the standard. That's how you get people out of poverty and depression and this babying everybody. It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, I have a psychology
It's going to take a strong
degree from
leader
a
to
private
lead these
university.
people
And when I saw
directly.
that going on, I was like, these kids, are they going to guidance? Do you guys have, because we have psychiatrists that actually come into the school. I'm like, these children need to get in there because this is not normal.
You don't let people lead you around with a leash. We're not dogs. We're humans. And whatever mental state these kids were in, I have no clue. But to be told, I can't say anything to them because then I'm going to have all these people out here. Fuck that. No, say something to them because you know what? You might help them right now in that moment to not be an actual wacko in this world. But that's just my...
Well, it sounds like you're in Florida. I ask respectfully, that school doesn't match your values. Why don't you just send your kid to another school?
Well, we only have one more year at this school, and the problem being, Snoopy, is that because we live in an upper middle class area and this is the best school in the area, we bus a lot of kids in. So you have a whole different dynamic of levels of income and where people are coming from, which I think is unfair to everybody. But, yeah.
Well, I'll answer you briefly. Obviously, I have a lot of friends who are leftists, and they believe in the leftist belief system just as much as you may believe in a traditional thing. So I would just say respectfully, I've visited a lot of schools in Florida, and I think that leftist parents are always going to be hurt when their kids are in a school that's traditional, and traditional parents are always going to be hurt when they're in a school with leftists. There's not really room to share the same school, and I say that with respect to both.
Beth, you're in Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the blessing and benefit of picking and choosing, and the money follows your kid. Not every state has that.
I mean, let's be honest. She's not going to ship her kid 45 minutes away to go to school every day. Like, there are limits to that, depending on where you live in the States. Like, if you don't have the options to, move your kid somewhere else, this might just be the best option, and that's fine.
But Nicholas, funding following the child includes transportation funding.
I mean, I understand that, but it's sometimes just not feasible, right? You're not going to have your kid driving 2 hours a day just to go to school, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Certain things just don't make...
Knowing Beth, I have no doubt that her daughter is inoculated against the woke mind virus, but I think her comment about us fostering mental illness, teaching children that they can be animals, is bad for our society as a whole.
Well, I think that there's some evidence that children are less self-destructive today than they were 20 years ago. I'll just be succinct, but if you visit high schools, you'll see the incidence of kids drinking alcohol at school is down 50%. The incidence of kids smoking cigarettes at school is down 60%. Even, believe it or not, the incidence of kids taking pot at school is down 30%. So I disagree with the woke leftist religion, but what kids are experiencing in high school today, by any objective measure, it's not as deadly as what they were experiencing 20 years ago.
Wait a minute, Snoopy. You're saying that the problems our kids face today are less than the problems they faced then, but Jonathan Haidt has a new book called The Anxious Generation. Our children are not okay. They're more anxious, they're more frightened, they're more timid. They have a failure to launch, they're infantilized, they're bubble wrapped. They don't take the risks that Generation X and even some millennials were exposed to. We're not building a stronger country by over fragilizing, not bully-proofing our children. What about cutting? What about eating disorders? What about suicide rates? Like, you're not counting that in your observations that our children are better now than they were when they were smoking and doing drugs and alcohol?
Well, Monica, respectfully, you're always more interesting and fun to listen to when you're catastrophizing and crying and saying that the sky is falling. I'm a numbers guy. I have ample numbers to prove that
Yes, Snoopy, hold on 1 second. Did you not hear me make it very clear we were not going to be mudslinging or throwing insults at people or I'd be booting people? Did you miss that warning?
If I sounded like I was insulting someone, then
That sounded real insulting to Monica, so I'm gonna ask you to steer it away from the insulting piece and continue. Go.
I have love and sympathy for everyone on every side of the political debate. As a numbers person, all the numbers show teens are less violent. They're doing much less self-destructive stuff. Deaths from cigarettes, deaths from drunk driving, all deaths from alcoholism, they're all moving in the right direction. I'm done speaking. I'm going to shut up. I'm happy to hear other people's perspective.
Can I refute you though, Snoopy? Can I refute you?
Why don't I post the numbers and then you could read them and then you could refute.
But you're not understanding my point. Our kids are indoctrinated with safetyism. They're not taking the risks they need to be developed into fully functioning humans. They're not. They're in front of their computer screens playing video games. They're not on adventures. They're not testing themselves. They're weak and they're fragile. And you think that's a success, and that makes me incredibly sad. Do you know that there's statistics in the book that I referenced that kids are not having broken bones anymore? They're not testing themselves and their limit, and that's not a good thing.
You're saying we want more broken bones?
We want kids taking risks, and some of those risks might involve an injury or two, but our kids are super resilient and anti-fragile. And if they break a little bit, they will heal. If they're never tested, then any small fall can devastate them.
I really suggest parents read John Hyatt's new book, and he's got a little promo about what he's saying. This idea of anxious children, and this Abigail Schreier's Bad Therapy book. We are okay. So as early as the year my daughter was a senior, and she's 40 now, I had a school teacher praise me because she could go down to the office and talk to the school secretary. We've got children who cannot order a pizza. They can't walk down the street. They're afraid of everything. And we've got parents that are afraid to discipline their children. Children do not do well when they don't know who's running things. Have you ever been in a room where there were two adults and the kid was trying to see which adult was running the room? They like knowing who's running things.
Shirley, just because it's Friday,
You
I'm
can't
gonna make a
separate
joke real
speaker
quick.
from ideas.
But
This
it's a
is
true
toxic
story.
NLP.
My
and
daughter is such
crybaby
a dumbass
hypnosis.
that she did DoorDash to Pizza Hut, and so I had to pay an extra like $11. I said, "Did you not know, you stupid little ass, that you could have called Pizza Hut? They have their own delivery." And she's like, "Oh, I just thought I'd go on DoorDash."
You can't
So yeah, they're
separate
a little
speaker
bit
from
stupid.
ideas.
Okay, and I've
This
got one of
is
them, but she's
toxic
pretty
NLP
smart.
crybaby
And
hypnosis.
yeah.
I got you. I don't want, okay, I'm going to whisper this. My daughter is married to a man who the secretary of his father's business made all of the family calls. And so he didn't want to make any family calls. Like my daughter is the one who has to go to work all day, and he's self-employed attorney. He's got the time to make the calls. He doesn't want to make the calls. He doesn't want to call the Pizza Hut because the secretary did all of that kind of thing. We're not doing our kids favors when we don't. And I'm going to sidestep that. When I was a kid, we weren't afraid of everything. There wasn't any abduction that we talked about on the national news. I was living out in West Texas in some small town, and I was free to ride my bike everywhere at 6 years old. And we've got this world where as parents, we're afraid, and we're tracking them with their damn phones. I was not tracked. I was respected. And they respected me enough to have some secrets. Careful, and they are.
So I actually, while the great Monica was speaking, I actually was like, fact check this woman and see if she's actually speaking the truth. And honestly, so I've been like scrolling on the side here and I pulled up this article from Psychology Today, and there's like a line in here that kind of is very much in line with pretty much what Monica is saying here. So it basically, I'm just gonna read it real quick. Basically, it's saying that basically anxiety rates are increasingly high amongst young children, and it says, let me see, this is quoting from the article. Children have become anxious through overexposure to information about worrisome things, economic crisis, global warming, political upheaval. Further, while some degree of anxiety is normal and children may need help learning to put anxiety in place, they naturally differ in the degree to which
No one
they
is
are
afraid.
aware of it.
We're dealing
Sensitive
with mass
physical,
communication
emotional anxiety.
hypnosis. Our
There is
primary
widespread
complaint is the
consensus that the
content
emergence of social
and
media
your
is
wisdom
linked
and
to high levels of
opinions.
anxiety in young people, particularly adolescents. So I think part of what we have to do is get kids off of the internet and back outside, like social media. Like everybody knows that like Instagram, for example, has been studied over and over again to leading to like higher rates of depression in young women and self-esteem issues. Like they have studied this repeatedly. So it's like there are certain things that I think parents just need to, as technology adapts, they have to adapt their parenting style. Like you should
No one
probably
is
limit how much
afraid.
exposure
We're
kids get
dealing
into,
with mass
certain
communication
apps during the day.
hypnosis. Our
Or,
primary
I
complaint
think there are a thousand
is the
points I wanted
content,
making, but
your wisdom and
anyways.
opinions.
Hey, Bryn, fun fact between you and I learned this morning. A new term that if you put attorney on your social audio or social media stuff, it means that you are available for sex. I learned that this morning. See, I learned a lot from Clubhouse.
What?
Yeah, I think
That's a
I
new
don't-
term.
I don't think that's
So
accurate.
this is what Brent has been
Don't
doing on
believe
Clubhouse.
everything you read on the internet.
This is what Brent has been doing in here.
And blue Gatorade.
What have I been doing on
You've been
Clubhouse?
telling everyone you're an attorney, and really what you are is an escort. I fucking knew it.
Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry. I was dealing with the fact that Joby apparently can't handle her issues with me directly and has to go whine to others about it, which I'm going to give a warning to everybody. If you're in a room that I'm modding and you're interruptive and rude and I clock you on it, just accept that that's what happens to everybody. If you then go to Roger or Kelly, first of all, Roger's not my daddy. Kelly's not my mommy. It's not going to get you anywhere you think it's going to get you, and it may just result in me deciding to add you to my own personal block list and say fuck off. Because at the end of the day, if you cause an issue and then you don't like how I deal with the issue, running to the complaint department, I mean, you're welcome to do it. Roger may want to hear the complaints. I don't appreciate grown people going around me to bitch about things I do, and that applies to everybody. So I may just block people and not engage with them if they're going to be that petty. So I was busy.
May I defend myself,
Go ahead,
please?
Joby, go ahead.
I did not complain. I asked him to include me in his room tonight on education policy.
Oh, interesting. So there was no mention of me calling you a not nice word? No complaint about how you were being treated?
No.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. We're all going to move forward. I'm just saying I was a little busy.
So I was gonna say real quick that Roger may not be Brent's daddy, but he is mine. So please call him Nicholas's daddy from now.
So you missed my whole thing that I learned on Clubhouse, Bryn? I learned on Clubhouse this morning.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was busy dealing with back channels about somebody apparently complaining because they couldn't complain directly to me. So go ahead and fill me in, Beth.
Shoot, yeah, because it's great. I learned this morning on Clubhouse, because I can believe everything on Clubhouse, but I learned that a new slang for, like, basically like a sex escort is attorney. So if you put that into your bio, then I guess apparently that's the new thing. And then I had to ask my daughter, and she goes, yeah, that's what people put. I'm like, So I thought it was pretty cool. I thought you would like that.
Someone said it was accountant, not attorney. Did you?
I'm sorry, accountant.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I'm working and I'm talking at the same time. Accountant. Yes.
Nicholas just now like, wait, what?
Damn, this flipped my whole script around. Okay, I must have copied from an accountant. But there is another one. If you put a little rose by your Instagram profile, that means you're open for like sex work. So if you put little red rose, that's another one.
See, Roger?
If you put a butterfly, that means you're a map, a minor attracted person. Like I hate all this.
What is that a thing?
How would you know that? That's weird. I've never heard.
Well,
another one is the pineapple.
Like I
heard the pineapple, Nicholas.
You're a
the upside
swinger.
down
You
pineapple.
and your wife are swingers. So if you go to a hotel and you see lots of pineapples, you're clean.
Kel, you need to open a room one day, you and Roger and Bryn, and hope. This might be a weird one for you because you're such a sweetheart. Kel will punch people in the throat, but you guys should educate us because I don't know half this shit.
Well, maybe, okay, I've got a Bible verse on my Twitter account that has butterflies on flowers. Maybe that's how come all the weirdos are retweeting my butterflies. Oh my gosh.
I blame Brent for the pineapple because he didn't warn me about that shit, and it's his fault. And I'll clock him on this fucking shit. He told me that it was no big deal. So you know what, Brent? That's your.
So I
mean, it is no big deal, Brad.
No.
I was gonna say the butterfly thing. I have never heard in my entire life. Like the map thing, that must be new because I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, that's kind of my point. Is like the rainbow should be for everybody. We've got to stop letting people take beloved symbols that are for everybody.
Oh, for the love of God, Monica! Nobody said you can't use a goddamn rainbow. Use a rainbow.
I know.
Use it all you want. Nobody said you can't use the rainbow.
Thank you, Brent.
People act like we have the rainbow locked in a fucking magic cage in a prison in San Francisco. You can use the rainbow. Draw one, put a cloud, do a pot of gold with a leprechaun. Nobody is saying you can't use the motherfucking rainbow.
Yeah, you can't take the rainbow.
I'm hoping that this translates. So I have a family member who's part of the rainbow, and I went to the parade last weekend. So the Furbies came by, and the mother of my friend, who's on the rainbow, started going, "We just hate those Furbies. They're giving us a bad name." Guys, it's funny. It's just.
So the Christians had the rainbow for 2,000 years. And then you had somehow or another, because I was Irish, every time we saw a rainbow in the sky, like a lot of the fuckers out there, where's your pot of gold, you Irish? So the Irish had claim to the rainbow. Like everybody has access to the rainbow. The rainbow is not exclusive to one group. Like you can just use it. Go ahead, have fun, tattoo it on your forehead, walk around with it. Have fun. Go out.
Roger, you should open your room tonight on Chatter with that song from Reading Rainbow.
That's funny. Reading Rainbow in a little more Burton's soft voice.
I brought the rainbow up with me. This is a picture of me around between 3 and 4 years old. Look at that. I was owning that rainbow in 1980.
Well, I want to say good morning to
Ishmael in the house!
Good morning. I didn't get to say good morning.
I'm gonna tax you, Ishmael. I want a hip hop out of you. I'm gonna drop the beat. You lay the improv diss track. Let me hear you fucking clown out and humiliate these clowns. Let me get you your track. I'm gonna Google hip hop deep beats. Here we go. Just feel free to total improv, go all the way. Here we go. Rick and Morty style. You got
Hello
this.
from Schaumburg Ford. I'm Fareed, the general sales manager. Come in for our national summer sales event now through September 3rd.
Hit it, Ishmael! Drop a beat. Zach LaRuda. Organic trees. Talk to trees. Hug trees. Love trees. Don't cut trees. Love trees. Smoke trees. Love trees. Talk to trees. Don't cut trees. I love trees. Smoke them trees. Talk to trees and be free.
Is there anybody listening to this? Are we're in another room?
Maybe. No.
Can you change the beat and turn it up?
Invite-based beta. I don't know what the fuck we're calling.
You want like old school, like basic hip hop?
I'm looking for a certain tempo. I can't really freestyle, John, but I do have a small verse though memorized that I could. I mean, I have a couple memorized. I have like a free verse. Freestyle is really hard. Why don't you just play a song that I already made? Do you want to just do that?
No, I want to do like new improv.
All right. Well, improv is hard, but I'll try it. Yo, that's good. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, my pants sagging, the beat lagging, internet connection keeps dropping. Coming off the top, I keep rocking. Zach Delaruda, I ain't stopping. Take another hit of the cigarette. John told me that I had to quit, but I ain't did it yet. I'm smoking cause it makes me feel good. Yo, every time I look at the shit, it's real hood. It's real hood shit like they killing each other. Everybody feeling their mother. Yo, I felt your mother last night. Zach Delaruda, you know I get it right when I come correct. Off the top of my fucking head. Sitting in my car outside Goodwill. I just bought a lamp for the new bedroom that I'm trying to get going on the rental. Trying to rent my shit out like fucking a no doubt when I'm coming through. I got the lyrics. Yo, I hope you motherfuckers hear it. Zach Delaruda, Ishmael, the gorilla on fucking computers. I'm on the clown house talking about how I got everybody talking out their fucking mouth. Talking out the side of the neck. Yo, I got a big old fucking dick. Pass the mic to my man John. Yo, tell him what it's like.
Zach Delaruda in the house. What an impressive bout. Smoking them cigarettes cause it's too poor to afford the clout of the green trees. I already told him don't cut them trees. Love them trees. Kiss them trees. Climb them trees. Hump them trees. Shit on them trees. Water the trees. Love the trees. Talk to the trees. Look, there's a leprechaun in the tree. Oh my God, it's a leprechaun in the tree with Zach Delaruda, my leprechaun me. Where is the Jesse when you need a hoe? Big black bitch and a booty bowl.
Booty ball. Everybody see the leprechaun say yay?
Hey, it's a leprechaun. Okay. I'm going to the beach to find some booty meat. I'm going to the beach to find some booty meat. Don't bring no sand to the beach. Find a tree. Love a tree. Kiss a tree. Hug a tree. Whisper to the trees. Hey, yeah. I'm gonna smoke me some more trees. Find some more five-style freestyle beats to blast your ears to bring you to your knees. Hey, this is Tiffany Sotheby. Welcome back. Cash in your pink ticket in the unhealthy debate. Ishmael, Zach Delaruda, pink ticket monkey. Hip-hop gonna make a motherfucking movie. Woo! Where is my Netflix bag? Where is my Spotify bag? Where is my YouTube bag? Where is my Apple bag? Where my Samsung bag? Where my motherfucking Nvidia bag, baby? Let's get this bag. All right, everybody. Pride Month is over. Silverback Gorilla Month has begun.
This is good. Is there any way that you can come in from another account and have that account just playing music more clearly?
Yeah, we could try all kinds of variables, yeah. It's kind of this is a little bit like audio engineering because I'm just like stacking phones and like blending different basically mics or sources of audio or different speakers. So it's so amazing the analogies that come up when you use words like speaker or mic. And those basically being like an ear and an eye. And this is in terms of human history, this technology is so advanced, and it's not alien because it's built off of scientific progress going all the way back to just like think of the original like record player or like how they used to like record onto like clay like plastic discs or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? How like Thomas Edison made the first sonograph or whatever the fuck they called it.
Bro, they used to hold their hand against the wall of a cave and spit paint out of their mouth to make an outline of a hand. That's how they did it.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So they were artists. That means they were probably drinking. They were probably cultivating, curing, meaning that like they were no dummies. But they even then, I bet you they knew they lacked the technology to see. This is the thing about Tibetan Buddhists is like I saw this documentary on Dar Salma or Dam Salma or whatever the name of that Buddha kingdom was or is. Dar Salma or whatever the fuck it is in Tibet. Anyways, the point is they have so much information and they do all these meditations and they have like a whole pantheon of gods and all these stories. But the way they explain it is they don't need technology. But the Dalai Lama is an Instagram influencer, with 20 million followers. And then whoever picks up the gavel when he dies, I guess they already have like a boy in waiting or something. So what they're going to do is like elect a boy king of the Buddhist, kingdom. And what I'm saying is the Buddhists say they don't need technology, but what they're doing is they're using other people's technologies. So in America, all these technologies were basically built off of the white man in the 1940s, 30s, and 50s. You know, like they were the ones that actually invested the brain power and concentration to create the semiconductor, the fucking interface screen, and all these patents, you know, that all
The
these.
printing press.
Yeah, the printing press. And it's a white man that did all these things. And everyone else is essentially overlaying the white man's technological developments with their propaganda and political opinion making. So, anyways, this is the world we live in where everything has been completely co opted. You're born as a debt slave in America, and we're all gay clowns. Isn't America exciting in 2024? All that sacrifice in 45, 44, 43, hundreds of thousands of dead Americans liberating the world from Nazism and communism for that matter, going into the 70s and 80s. So, white
Let me see. Yes.
white male Americans made huge sacrifices for the welfare of the world, and they are the most persecuted, prosecuted, and um, bastardized people on the planet. When in fact they gave everything so we could have what we have today, which is chronic complaining and mass communication hypnosis.
I went to the Pride Parade. I want to show you two pictures, actually. First, I'm going to show you.
You actually went to the Pride Parade?
I went to the Pride Parade, but you know why?
To photograph.
Well, I did take a couple photographs. I'm going to show you one photograph, but I went to collect signatures for Cornel West.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because Cornel West is running for president. And it was $7 a signature.
You're probably the guy that like, oh, who are you getting signatures for? What's your name? Like you probably people try to, instead of just signing, people probably want to stick their finger up your booty hole.
They want to finger the booty hole. All right, so this picture, it's too small, or it's too big. Here, PTR. It's too big. Like the picture is too close up. You can't see my whole face, but the Pride has just become completely corporatized. So It was just a fair, and all the tables had like different shit, you know. So I got a free pair of sunglasses, and I got this rainbow bracelet, and then people were here. You know B.F. Peterson?
I think so.
He's my friend. He was my friend who got me onto Clubhouse. He's one of my only Clubhouse friends who I know in real life.
No, I don't know.
I showed this picture here, PTR. This PTR. This is an adorable puppy at the Pride Parade who was a very sleepy puppy.
Wow.
And I sent this picture to B.F. Peterson, and he was like, "This is how every single child at the Pride Parade probably feels." Because so many people had their children in tow, like toddlers, who were being toddled around in the fucking hot sun all day for the Pride Parade.
Dude, did you see? I just saw some couples, like 14-month child died in Lake Havasu because they had a 104-degree heat wave, and they decided to go boating that afternoon, and their child died on the boat from heat exposure.
Oh my goodness gracious, that's insane.
Yeah,
just from being on the boat, it was just too hot for a little kid.
You should have read the comments. Like the mom, they had a quote from the mom in the article saying like, "It was just her time to go. It's such a tragedy. We're so heartbroken, but we don't know why this happened." And people in the comments are like, "You stupid fucking pieces of shit! You killed your child. Why would you take your child on a boat with 104-degree heat? You stupid pieces of shit!"
God, you fucking morons. I'm leading up to this picture that I want to show you, but I'll just tell you a real quick anecdote. When I was collecting signatures at another fucking farmer's market last week or something, it was very hot, and it was crazy hot, and there was this guy there with his puppy dog, again, a puppy, but the dog was so hot, and it was amazing to me that the guy was there. It was his dog. And the dog was so hot that as the guy to stand at the farmer's market, every stand that he stopped at, his dog would immediately crawl under the table, seeking shade, and lie down with his tongue flopping out. And one other woman, I was thinking to myself, am I a judgmental asshole for thinking this guy's abusing his animal? And this other woman came up to the dog
and the dog was so cute. And she said, "Whoa, you're so cute." She said, "What are they doing to you? Why are you out here? What are they doing to you?" And I looked at the woman. I was like, "Isn't it too hot for a dog?" She was like, "It's crazy. It's crazy."
I was
How can this person have your dog outside? Don't bring your dog to the farmer's market. It's 100 degrees. What the fuck's wrong with you? You're retarded. You're retarded.
I was working in Manhattan Beach, California, and I'm walking up from the beach, and there's this like piece of shit guy dragging this dog down the street and kicking it and screaming it, and the dog is going.
This is in Chicago?
No, in Manhattan Beach, California. He's walking down what's technically an alleyway, even though it's like, really nice. So and I said, "Sir," I said, "you're abusing that dog. Why don't you just let up? And what you're doing is really fucked up." And he goes, "Fuck you, motherfucker. Don't you tell me how to fucking take care of my dog. I'll come over there and I'll fucking kill you, bitch."
I'll kill you.
So,
You Jew.
so right, like literally, I just stand there and I stare at him. He keeps going down the street. He keeps abusing this dog. And then like literally, like a miracle, a fucking cop in like a 3-wheeler pulls up next to me. I said, "Officer," I said, "see that guy down there? He is beating the shit out of that fucking dog. He's a piece of shit." And he goes, "Gotcha. I got it. Don't worry." And this fucking cop goes, "Oh man," within just a few minutes, he arrested this guy, and that was the end of it.
God.
It was crazy. And the guy was screaming. He's like, "Don't tell that." He's like, "Tell that fucker down there, don't tell me how to take care of my dog." He's like, "Fuck you too." And the cop just laid him out and took him down hard.
Wow. That's amazing.
It was like a miracle moment. Yeah, it was like a justice. Like God all of a sudden just fucking sent Hermes here. And Hermes ran up to that fucking Stuttgart Schwarz motherfucker and said, "Fuck it, do whatever you want." Hermes, welcome to the room. Phoenix, how are you, sir?
All right, so anyway, wait. This is the end of it. This is what it's all been leading up to. Is I want to
Wait, hold on. Pink tickets, gotta cash in those pink tickets. Follow Unhealthy Debates right now. Come back in and clear your cash.
All right.
Go ahead, Phoenix. Clear that cash. Get rid of that pink ticket, baby.
All right, so PTR, the ticket is gone, and the whole reason that I wanted to show you this picture because you said we're a nation of clowns and all the struggle for the 40s and 50s or whatever, 1943, 1944. So when I was at the Pride Parade, there was one normal person, this lady who was smoking a cigarette. She was looked like my mother's age. She was maybe 75. And I went up to her and I bummed a cigarette from her and I was talking with her and she was very nice, very normal looking 70-year-old lady. She said, "I'm here with my daughter." And I thought, oh, that's cute. I wonder if her daughter's hot. And then PTR for a picture of her daughter.
So I think it would be really funny to go to a Pride Parade and pass out business cards and say you're a portraiture photographer and just say, "Yeah, this is my work. I'd like to take a photo of you." And then you publish a book and you call it Clowns of America.
Freaks of Pride.
No, you just publish it.
America.
You publish it. You call it like the Clown Book. And what you don't do is let everybody know like where the photos came from. But what you're really trying, anyways, I'm just saying like there's ways to always skin a cat and like relabel and rebrand. But see, one time you told me, Ishmael, you were like, "Dude, what you're doing is like you should call your show like Freaks of the Internet." Insane people online. And that's technically what Clown House is. It's a collection of insane people. This is the dinner for schmucks of your dreams. This is the clown show that you've always wanted. It's here now. It's happening and the world is missing it. And that's why I'm filming it. Because I'm creating a time capsule so future generations who are completely clown might be able to imagine what it's like not to be completely clown. Tiffany Sotheby's complete.
Let me tell you this. When I was a young man, I was like in my late teens, early 20s. And really before that too. Here in Houston, Texas, we have a gay pride, pride parade, right? And they also have the Greek festival at the same time. And I kid you not, growing up in Texas and Houston, we're talking 50 years ago, when I would go in the gay community, because it was like right smack, pretty much like corner, one side of downtown, it was the safest place as a young Mexican young man. I felt safe there, and but I'm not gay, right? And they knew it. They knew I was straight, and they were just always super nice to me because they would own restaurants and other businesses, right? And yeah, it was sort of weird, just how nice they would treat people that were not gay, that would come into their community and spend money, right? And so that was cool. But I always suspected they just wanted this tight brown Mexican tushy.
Yeah, there's gay older men out there. When I was in college, all my friends would go to this guy's house on the beach. He was an older gentleman who wore a wig, and after a while, I was like, why do you guys keep going here? He goes, oh, he gives us free drinks. It's a beach house, like it's a great place to hang out. And I was like, but are you guys missing something? I was like, don't you see that this guy's like a faggot? He's like, who is this guy? Like, why are you guys? How do you even? He's, oh, yeah, no. I'm like, bro. I'm like, all right, whatever. He was a nice guy, but he probably wanted to get some ass, and who knows? People also were doing drugs when they weren't supposed to be doing drugs. I knew people that were, I mean, AKA marijuana. I wouldn't really call it a drug, but like, anyways, the point is, Phoenix here is gay, and he lives in Mecca, and he just witnessed hundreds of people dying at the annual Hajj. Phoenix, what was it like watching so many hundreds of people die in Mecca?
I wasn't watched it.
Yeah, wasn't that crazy? They fucking don't they have any camaraderie? Don't they have any like sense of moral responsibility? For religious people, they seem to be completely devoid of any sort of sense of community or compassion or empathy. It's horrifying, really.
Yeah, but people didn't die there, like, I don't think from stampedes. I think they died from heat stroke. And I think the big thing is they all sit on those rocks or whatever as part of the Hajj, and it was like 104 degrees that day or whatever. And Phoenix here, I think, was spraying the pilgrims, spraying them with water.
I read that there were cooling stations that were inaccessible to people who had not purchased appropriate documentation for their trip to Mecca. And so I think that most of, because you have to register to go on the Hajj, and it costs a lot of money, and it brings Saudi Arabia a lot of money. But then there are a bunch of poor people who want to do the Hajj anyway, and they don't register. And then they don't have access to the cooling station, so they can't go into the. That's what I read.
Yeah, like even some people will travel from countries not by airplane or cars. They will travel by camels, especially poor people. And some will arrive at ships. They will come in a ship.
Wow.
But every year, like, there are like a lot of people dying.
Yeah.
This year it was, I think, 500, but years before it was like sometimes 2,000, 3,000.
Do you think it's desperation, or do you think people go there to die?
No, actually, 4 million people, 500 died. I think it's, yeah. If it is stampede, it will be not normal.
I mean, what's crazy is in
Chicago.
Chicago.
There was a year when there was a lot of rain.
Phoenix, hold on a second.
Like
Phoenix, hold on a
rocks
second.
falling from.
In Chicago, every year, thousands of people die by bullets and other people pulling, triggers on guns and killing people. Thousands every single year with bullets.
Why guns? Why guns? We should ban guns.
Well, my point is, when people go to Mecca, they don't die from bullets. They die from heat stroke. They die because they've been eating Kentucky Fried Chicken for 20 fucking years and they weigh 300 pounds and they think going to Hajj is like some walk in the fucking park. So my point is, the numbers may sound crazy, but Ishmael, my point is like, your opinion of people dying there is way off, because a lot of those people who die there, they're like, oh, thank God I got to die here. They're like, to them, it's the dream come true. It's like everything they wanted to happen happened. You know, what I'm saying is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. So when you look at your PTR, that person actually feels like what they're doing is they're optimizing. That's their optimization.
What you don't even know, because I didn't even tell you, is that this photo that you're looking at is actually the second photo that I took. Because when I saw this person, I literally said, I was on the phone with my mother at the time. I said, you gotta see this fucking person. She said, get a photo, get a photo, get a photo. I said, hang up on her. I said, seriously, I love your outfit. I love your outfit. Can I take a photo? I took a quick photo. And then he literally said, he was like, let me pose.
Damn.
And so what you're looking at is actually the posed photo where he like struck a nice pose.
See, I think honestly, like that's why it doesn't like if you're a smart person, you're gonna monetize all of this. You're going to capitalize and commercialize and commodify and distribute these people because they're too weak to do it themselves. And honestly, it's not, it takes a yin yang, it takes the opposite to publish. So I don't know. I think there's like Libs of TikTok is a big business. I think that, you know, if you look at the total number of followers they have and holy fuck, and the people they screen record and what they post on their Instagram, etc., and Twitter especially is so shocking and you see how absolutely demented people are. And you know, I mean, anyways, I mean, you could talk about mental health and politics and LGBTQ and all these things till you're blue in the mouth, but when you see people I mean, anyways, what's so funny is that person that you photographed is like one step away from killing somebody. And, you know, which is the fucking craziest thing in the world. Like these are the people that are actually committing murders in society. It's trans men. They're so unhinged. And so
A person like this, literally this, I don't know how old you think this person is, 17, 18, 16, 19. And their mother, I told you, was like 75, a sweet old lady who looked like my mother. If you look up Andrew, also known as Andrea Balcer, last name Balcer, this is a teenager, I believe he was 17 at the time, who cut off the heads of both of his parents with a knife.
Yeah.
And lived in Maine, an hour from me. And the reason that he beheaded his parents is because they refused to accept his transgender identity.
Listen, I'm not going to say that I haven't had homicidal ideation in my life because one time I was hiking with my mom in like, I don't know, New Mexico or somewhere. And it was this beautiful, like, you know, federal national forest or whatever. And we're walking up this cliff and there's all this gravel and it's pretty steep. And my mom is like screaming at me like, you know what your fucking problem is? All you do is look at your goddamn fucking cell phone and you think you know everything. And I looked at this cliff and I looked at her and I was like, man, I could kick this fucking bitch off this cliff and be done with her. And I was like, wow. I was like, I didn't even say to myself, that was a terrible thought. I was just like, just keep going. I was like, take it. What's the big deal, you know? And, you know, and then we continued hiking and then all more conversations. You see, the problem is like, I was pretty happy, but when somebody is like, you know, trauma dumping on you, especially when it's your mom, it's like, oh man, you know, whatever. It's like, you can take anything because it's like, as long as your mom doesn't kill you, you know, it's like you can trust your mom. You know what I'm saying? It's like I know my mom isn't gonna like, you know, do anything bad to me, but like if she kills me, okay, then that's bad. But anyways, yeah, I mean the desire to like kick my mom off this cliff one time was like a reality. I was like, ugh.
I just think that if you're crazy enough to cut off your parents' heads, then you're probably not sane enough to be taken seriously about your gender identity.
Ugh. It's amazing. Could you imagine if when Trump comes into the presidency, they issue some executive order banning Meta and Google, etc., from publishing trans personal psychology or any type of misgendering? Imagine if they did that. Like, It would be so funny because you can't really do that because then you would just have like unlimited protesters doing all kind. Anyways, I'm just saying that like if Trump becomes the president, it will be the funniest troll in human history because everything he says, everybody will take seriously and like micromanage everything he does. And so it'll just be like an insane wave of like new daily outrage. It will be so much fun. And that's why I think he could actually become president. He's like a steroid for the economy. It's kind of amazing. Think about how many billions and billions of dollars he has generated in advertising revenue, especially during his 4 year run. It's incredible. That's why he talked to the media so much, is because he knew that the more he talked to the media, anyways, it's a very amazing simulation that we're living in. I love it personally.
I don't know.
I love meeting
Are we
really weird people.
No, of course, I agree with that point. But I think I want to ask you, do you think there's any legitimacy to American elections at all? I mean, I saw something that showed how many votes Obama got, and it was more than ever before. And then I saw how many votes Trump got, and it was more than Obama. And then I saw how many votes Biden got, and it was even more than Trump got in 2016. And it seems, now I voted for Biden in 2020. I voted for Biden because I still was under the influence of the TDS.
So you do know what the number one job is right now amongst gay and trans, right?
Is it OnlyFans? Is it working in elementary schools?
No, it's called data scientist.
Is that like
It's true.
reporting my account?
No.
Is that getting me deleted from
No,
Facebook?
no. I was just on Hinge and I'm talking to this like super woke liberal black chick who's very sexy, and she's a data scientist at Google. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you want to call statistics and mathematics data science, and all you're doing is basically doing spreadsheet analysis and creating visualizations based off of that data, and you want to call yourself a scientist, the point is that when you look at the election numbers and you do extrapolations and you see the amount of votes that Joe Biden got, you know that the next president is going to be Democrat.
How do you know that?
Based off of the numbers that you just cited.
So then Trump is not going to win.
No.
Right.
So, I mean, we know that it's either going to be A, Kamala, B, Gavin, or some other outlier, but maybe there's a dark Sith Lord who has yet to reveal himself. Or
what about Big Mike?
Or herself.
Big Mike said that he doesn't want to run.
Listen, do you realize that the CIA, it's their job to have a baseball a dugout full of candidates? Do you know that? Like, there are candidates in waiting that the CIA is like fielding. It's a fact. That what else does the CIA and the Skull and Bones do? The whole thing is about getting the White House, and Trump is the first guy who ever kind of totally fucking sneaked in. It's incredible. He's not with them. He's separate. He's independent. That's the thing that makes him very special. But I just don't see, based on those numbers, that, it's going to happen. Alex Soros is now married to Huma Abedin. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton are Sith Lords.
Mean?
What do you mean?
I don't know why that was even a news article. Why do I care about Huma Abedin?
Because she knows the secrets of Bill and Hillary, and the Wiener laptop had all kinds of supposed child sacrifice content that they were creating to try to bring about evil spirits. I mean, these are the conspiracies, but either way, Huma Abedin is a Muslim Brotherhood associate, and she's a radical, insane, anti-American, scumsucker, just like Alex Soros. They're all anti-American. They do not like the Constitution and the Declaration and the Bill of Rights. They want to do away with American freedom. They want to take away your guns. They want to make you gay. They want to depopulate you. This is the entire strategy to try to bring down the world's, 1946 champion. I mean, we won the fucking World Olympics in 1946. Like, we didn't sacrifice hundreds of thousands of our soldiers for nothing. So, you have to fight back now against these fucking weird people, the clown assassins. They're everywhere. It's a joke, but it's not a joke. I mean, Bill and Hillary Clinton essentially are the most corrupt people in the world. I mean, and Barack Hussein Obama too. I mean, you're talking about covert warfare, top secret assassinations, gun running, fraudulent spending to the highest degree possible. I mean, General Flynn, if you look at his Twitter, this is a very important election, and the escalation of violence is probably going to pop off in August during the DNC. But you're looking at like a battleground. Like this is a powder keg waiting to explode in this country, and this is it.
Do you think I should not go to Israel in September?
I would say it doesn't matter where you go, because what you're really trying to do is go within. And that's where Israel's actually at. It's not off of the Mediterranean. It's inside of you. So you're already in Israel, and Israel is in you. You don't need to go anywhere.
I think if you were where I was, like physically, like on the map, like if you were next to me in the truck right now, I think you would say, Zach, we should go somewhere else. I think you would say that.
Well, the point is, if you go to Israel, I hope you got a lot of money. It's so expensive, and you don't want to live like you're a fucking homeless person.
I'm
But
only going for a month. Just
you got to have thousands of dollars to go there for a month.
I'm going on like a volunteer trip.
Oh, my friend did that. That's nice. Yeah, I have great experience, I'm sure.
Your friend did that post October 7th?
Yeah.
How was it? He said it was good?
I don't know. I don't talk to him anymore. He's just like, he doesn't respond to my texts. He doesn't call me back. So I'm just like, I don't talk to him anymore. His name is Max Gruber. And I don't have him in my new cell phone, so I don't text or call him anymore to find out what's new. But his dad is like very sick. I mean, I don't know how his dad's doing, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, he'll call me if he needs me, but like I've given him all my wisdom. There's nothing else I can give some friends, and then after that they become parasitic, and you're like, all right, bye. I'll call you, don't call me, or text me if you really need something. I like people who want to invite me places, people who want my company and need my counselship, because, I provide a very important perspective for them that they can't get other places. And it's not just my perspective. This is an accumulated perspective from many people that I know. I know a lot of people. I've been all around the world. This is not just like me making shit up. Like, my attitude comes from a lot of people. And, that's essentially how you develop personality, is you spend time with other people and you see how they treat people. You see how they live their life. You see their perspective, and you see how they try to, it's what I think, what's the French expression, viva fraîche or something. It's like, the life of being fresh, of letting shit go, and just like being joyful now in all things. So, but we all have work to do. And I've got to do work in 1 hour. I've got to go fix things, clean things, and be pleasant and be happy and say, have a great day and God bless. Take care now.
Boy, nice show, Lila.
I took out this really hot chick, and I took her to 5 different places. And every place we went into, she had like an anxiety attack and said, we got to go. You got to take me home. And then she go, oh, let's go try one more place.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Is it in the same day, or these are 5 separate days?
Same day in a space of like an hour.
What was wrong with her?
She's just an online hoe.
she's like crazy? Was she
No, she was a
what did she
well-to-do.
look
She
like?
was a well-to-do student. She was getting her doctorate. She was like in her early 20s.
And she said, I have too much anxiety. Why? Because it's like loud or something?
A million different reasons. My point is, there was a point where we were crossing the street and she's like, "All right, just take me home." I said, "Fuck it. We'll do whatever you want. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." I was like, whether we went somewhere or I dropped her off, she was my responsibility. I wasn't going to get angry with her. I was just like, "Okay, take care now. Nice meeting you. Bye-bye." It's like people are so neurotic and so crazy that like if you actually feed into them and give them your emotion, your time, your consideration, they're playing you all the time. That's why I say all communication is hypnosis. You're constantly being manipulated by pussy or by family or by work or by the government. You're always gonna be fucking manipulated somehow. It's absolutely always inevitable. So what can you do to overcome? You don't resist. You bend. You flow. You go. That's it. And you just keep going faster and faster, and basically the system can't keep up with you. If that makes any sense.
It makes sense to me. I'm driving. Now I'm driving. Oh, I didn't realize. Is it loud? I got the window open.
Anyways, the whole thing is go with the flow. That's the secret. That's why the Muslims rotate around the Kaaba. They're trying to be like the universe, and they're trying to go with the flow. It's like when you got to take a dump. You don't resist. You just let it flow. Comes right out the hole.
Actually, I recommend everybody to at least visit it once. It's so beautiful, regardless like your religion or it's a beautiful place. Hermes, are you still reading Hermeticism?
Sheriff's office!
What was the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Are you still reading Hermeticism?
Do I still study it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I do it. I apply it to every day.
Yeah, I read the little bit.
So, Hermes Trismegistus was one of the first Western scientists. He was also a priest, right? But back then, priests were scientists, and so that's why I really admire his work. And a lot of what we know today, like M theory, string entanglement, Hermes Trismegistus was talking about it. He wasn't using the same words. His principle number 3 is arguably in theory. And, because the principle number 3 is the prediction. So when you read that principle, I get the feeling that I'm reading M theory.
Well, do you want to Google, I guess, what I've read, it's called The Divine Commander, which is basically the laws of Hermes or the laws of Thoth. I mean, you should read those, like, to the room if you can Google it and find it. I mean, gender is one of the principles, vibration is one of the principles, the thought universe is one of the principles.
There are a lot of knowledge that humanity lost.
Yeah, we know that, Phoenix. But are you still gay?
Yeah.
See, this is where you're wrong. You can't be gay because gay is a concept. Can you show me gay, taste me gay, smell me gay? Can you eat me
Why
gay?
are you gay?
Why are you gay? You're not gay. You're not gay. It's just there is no such thing as gay. If you have an orgasm preference and a pornographic preference, that's your preference. But the fact is, no one is gay. And that's the great delusion and hypnosis we're living in, is these words. If I say water, you don't get wet. If I say, penis in a booty hole, that doesn't make you gay. Sorry.
I think penis in a booty hole makes you gay.
No, that's your orgasm preference choice. That's your pornographic opinion. But that doesn't make you gay. Gay is not real. God is the real. And this is the problem with the faggots and the sodomites, is they want you to be gay and they don't want you to be God. So Phoenix, you're a faggot. You see my point? If you want to play the fucking word game, faggot, we'll play the gay word game, faggot. Sound good, nigga, faggot, faggot, nigga, faggot, faggot, yeah, nigga, faggot, 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 nigga, 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 faggot. If I say faggot, nigga, faggot, are you a faggot, nigga, faggot, faggot, nigga, faggot?
Is this a mantra?
That's me, Phoenix. You don't like my outfit? That's who I am on the inside.
That's right. All of us are God in drag. We're all just God in drag, including this gay one.
It's abstract.
That's right. You're gay. It's abstract. Ha.
I think it's interesting, just looking at this picture again, like this kid is so fucked up that there's even like an anti-religious, sacrilegious element to his outfit because he covered his nipples with the sign, the cross of Jesus. He didn't just put X's on his titties, he put the Jesus cross on his titties. And I think that is really weird.
Also, look at it this way, is if the whole economy is, based on replacement, and these people are the ones who are going to work for 20, 30, 40 years to continue to pay into the retirement system. The funniest thing is that his health and his health care and taking care of him through Social Security, disability, as well as Medicare, Medicaid, this parasite does not contribute to the economy one penny. He never pays in. He just, if he lives like 30 years, he's going to cost the government like $10 million, which is like the craziest thing in the world.
All he's going to do is just be fat and be crazy, and he's going to need physical care and mental care.
Well, this is the thing. Government might have to step in and legislate meta because, like, basically people will not work. All they'll want to do is live stream and take drugs all day long. And so they just become parasites unless they can actually become profitable. And many of these trans crazy actors, actresses become successful, like Hampton Spears. That is a gay trans man who loves booty hole and penis, and he's making $10,000 a month on YouTube talking about celebrity gossip. He's monetized. He is a Clubhouse zero, but a YouTube hero. You see, Ishmael, there's a lot of money in the gay media. You see what I'm saying? It's like, let's go gay, but not be gay. Let's just monetize the gays.
John, if I were gay, my business would be infinitely more successful. There are $30,000 grants given away by my town to organizations on the specific criterion that they are black or gay.
Mm-hmm. Not veteran.
Not a
Amazing.
Jew.
I should do veterans for LGBTQ. I should like go hard into the LGBTQ content business. I guarantee you there must be riches at the end of every booty hole.
You should cut your dick off. You should cut off your dick and turn it into a vagina.
Can I get a dick cut? You know any moils? You know any radical moils? You know any communist moils like insane liberty moils who will help me desecrate my human flesh and remove my penis altogether? I never met one. Did you ever meet a moil like that? I never met a moil like that. I did meet an African Muslim like that once, though. He wanted to cut every vaginal labia and clitoris off. Phoenix, have you ever met a radical Muslim who likes to desecrate women's flesh and cut their vaginas apart?
No.
Well, then you haven't because you're gay.
Yeah, maybe.
So anyways, the point is Kamala Harris is going to become our new dear leader. She's going to laugh and cackle, and we're all going to puke in our mouths as she makes one blundering decision after the next so she can spend more money and just scam harder than ever before. Like the mayor of Chicago is already doing. Every day in every way, the mayor of Chicago creates a new scam. It's fucking brilliant. And I'm like the only one.
I'm American, I will vote for.
For who?
Sam Harris.
Sam Harris, he's gay.
Really?
Of course you'd vote for him. He's gay.
Yeah, Sam Harris is interesting.
He's really not. He has Trump derangement syndrome. Do you know what that is?
What is that?
If you talk to him for 3 hours, he'll talk about Donald Trump 300 times. He hates Donald Trump with a passion. So therefore, every theory he has is essentially the theory of a loser. He's a faggot. He's gay, like you. You live in Mecca, okay? You live in the armpit of the Muslim depository. You live where Muslims go to die. It's insane. Why do you live there? And why are you gay?
I don't know. God made me like this.
Oh my God. Well, consider.
You should go to Europe.
Yeah, consider us your international consultancy, giving you the advisement you've been looking for, the freedom to release yourself from this horrible, booty hole.
I look at muscular men as women.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you're not gay because you view muscular men, as being women?
No, I'm gay. That type of gay.
But, I see. All right, well, you do you. Did you know that all communication is hypnosis and you're gay?
No, I don't believe in hypnosis. I believe in demon possession.
Demon possession? What's that? That sounds super gay. You see what I'm saying? Phoenix, I know you think you're really smart, but the truth be told is I'll just shit over every word you have. So if you can't lead a meditation and shut the fuck up and go silent, I mean, how spiritual do you really think you are? Or are you just gay?
Okay.
Did you just puke the cum up? The bubble cum? Are you gaping in your asshole full of cum? Sounds gay to me.
Okay.
Here's the deal. There's a lot of young women being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. Oh God! They're brothers and sisters. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. and it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back.
Here's the deal. There's a lot of young women to be raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters.
Oh, God.
They're brothers and sisters. Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. And in many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back.
Here's the deal. There's a lot of women to be raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters.
Oh, God.
They're brothers and sisters. Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. And in many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back.
Here's the deal. There's a lot of young women to be raped by their in-laws, by their spouses. They're brothers and sisters.
You hear that? Isn't that like the craziest Freudian slip that he said during the debate? And like no one ever really even talked about that. So fucking weird. Young women getting raped by their in-laws. That is fucking projection if I've ever heard it. Yeah, I like making fun of that guy, Phoenix. He takes it pretty good. He takes a roasting. Every time I see him now, I just roast him because he says he's gay. Damn, I'm eating some chocolate. Holy shit, it's good. Okay, you wanna you wanna loop this thing out and do some freestyle rap, and then we'll close it out. I really like my tree rap. Talk to a tree, smoke with a tree, dance with a tree, hug with a tree, talk to a tree, love you a tree.
Book 4, 55 BC. German invasion of Gaul. The Romans crossed the Rhine.
Okay, so this is the Gallic Wars. This was written down by Julius Caesar 2,079 years ago. This is book number 4.
In the following winter, the one in which Pompey and Marcus Crassus entered upon their consulship, 2 German tribes, the Usipetes and the Tencteri, crossed the Rhine in large numbers at a point not far from its mouth. Their reason for making this move was because for the last few years they had been constantly attacked by the Suebi, and so prevented from cultivating their own land. The Suebi are much the largest and most warlike of all the German nations. They are said to consist of 100 clans, from each of which they draw every year 1,000 men to be used as warriors fighting outside their frontiers. The rest, who stay at home, support both the army and themselves, and in the following year take their turn at military service, while the others stay at home. In this way, their lands are cultivated without interruption, and they are also continually trained and practiced in war. They have no private ownership of land, and it is their rule not to settle down and stay in any one place for more than a year. They do not use grain much for food, but live chiefly on milk and meat and spend a lot of time in hunting. Their diet, regular exercise, and the fact that they are their own masters, for from their earliest years they are without any training in discipline or duty to others and never do anything contrary to their inclination, all this makes them men of great strength and enormous size. And though they live in an extremely cold climate, they make a practice of bathing in the rivers and of wearing nothing in the way of clothes except skins, which are so scanty that they leave a great part of the body naked. They allow traders into their country, but this is rather because they want to find purchasers for their booty than because they are particularly anxious to import anything from abroad. It is interesting to note that while the Gauls are extremely fond of horses and will pay huge prices for them, the Germans use no imported horses at all. Instead, they stick to their own breed of the animal, small, ugly creatures, and by giving them regular training, make them remarkably tough and efficient. In cavalry engagements, they often jump from their horses and fight on foot, the horses being trained to stand still meanwhile, so that the warrior can remount quickly if need be. According to their way of thought, the use of a saddle is thoroughly disgraceful and effeminate. Consequently, however few they may be, they will confidently attack any body of saddled horsemen, however large. They allow no wine to be imported because they think that wine makes men soft and effeminate and incapable of enduring hardship. They think that the greatest glory a nation can have is to keep as broad a belt as possible of uninhabited land across their frontiers, since this, in their view, is an indication that great numbers of other states are unable to stand up to them in war. So, for example, it is said that on one side of the Suebic territory, one will find nearly 600 miles of country which is uninhabited. On another side, their nearest neighbors are the Ubii, who were once by German standards a large and prosperous nation. The Ubii are rather more civilized than the other German tribes. They live on the Rhine, are often visited by traders, and being so close to Gaul, have themselves been influenced by the Gallic way of life. The Suebi have made frequent attempts to drive them from their country by force of arms, but have found them too strong and too numerous to be able to do so. Nevertheless, they have forced the Ubii to pay tribute, and made them much weaker and less important than they were before.
The above-mentioned Eusippides and Tincteri were in the same position. They had stood up to attacks from the Suebi for many years, but in the end had been driven out of their country, had wandered about in various parts of Germany for 3 years, and had reached the Rhine. The point at which they reached the river was in the territory of the Monopi, who had lands, buildings, and villages on both banks. The Monopi had been alarmed at the approach of such a vast horde, had evacuated their settlements on the right bank, and had posted detachments of troops along the left to prevent the Germans from crossing. The Germans did everything they could to get across, but failed. They could not force a passage because they had no boats, and the Monopian patrols prevented them from getting across by stealth. They therefore pretended that they were going back again to their own home country, marched a 3-day journey in that direction, and then turned back again toward the Rhine. The cavalry did the whole of the return journey in a single night, and caught the Monopi entirely off guard. Scouts had informed the Monopi of the German withdrawal, and they had crossed the Rhine again and returned to their own villages without any apprehension. They were now killed by the Germans, who then seized their ships and got across the Rhine before the other half of the Monopi on the left bank knew what was happening. The Germans seized all their buildings and lived on their supplies of food for the rest of the winter. When I received a report of these events, I was somewhat worried at the thought of the Gauls' instability. They were always making one plan after another, and in general always want to change the existing regime. In my view, it was impossible to rely on them at all. For example, it is a common habit of theirs to force travelers to stop, whether they like it or not, and question them on what rumors they have heard, or what facts they know about each and every subject of interest. And in the towns, crowds will gather round any trader who arrives and compel him to say where he comes from and what the news is there. It is often on the basis of information of this sort that they are induced to make quite important decisions, which immediately afterward they are bound to regret, since they are the slaves of baseless rumors, and most of those whom they question merely make up stories, which they think likely to please them. I was aware of these characteristics of theirs, and not wanting to have to face a still more serious campaign, I set out to join the army earlier than usual. On my arrival, I found that my suspicions had been justified. Some states had sent deputations to the Germans, inviting them to leave the Rhineland and promising to supply them with everything they needed. With this encouragement, the Germans were spreading over a wider area and had now reached the country of the Eburones and the Contrusi, who are dependents of the Treveri. I summoned a meeting of the Gallic chieftains, but considered it best not to tell them of what I knew. Instead, I merely spoke some reassuring words of encouragement and told them to produce cavalry contingents for the campaign which I proposed to conduct against the Germans. After arranging for the food supply and choosing the cavalry I wanted, I began to march into the country where the Germans were reported to be. I was already within a few days' march of them when they sent a deputation to me with the following message. We Germans have no wish to begin a war with the Roman people, but we are perfectly prepared to fight if provoked, since it is an ancestral custom of ours to resist any attack that is made upon us, and never to refuse battle. We wish, however, to point out that we came to Gaul not by choice, but because we were driven out of our homes. If you Romans wish to earn our gratitude, you will find us good friends. Either give us land, or allow us to keep the land which we have won by conquest. We ourselves acknowledge no superiors except the Suevi, and not even the immortal gods are as strong as they are. But on earth, there is no other people whom we cannot conquer. To all this I made what seemed to me a suitable reply. I concluded by saying that I could not retain friendly relations with them if they stayed in Gaul, that it was unreasonable to suppose that because they had failed to protect their own land, they were justified in seizing land that belonged to others, that in any case there was no land in Gaul that could be given to them without doing an injustice to others, especially considering their enormous numbers. I told them, however, that I should be quite willing for them to settle, if they wished to do so, in the country of the Ubii, whose representatives were in my camp, complaining of how they had been treated by the Suebi and asking me for help, and I promised that I would give the necessary orders to the Ubii. The representatives who had been sent to me said that they would report back to their people, and, after my proposals had been discussed, would return to me in 3 days' time. Meanwhile, they asked me not to move my camp any nearer to them. I told them that I was unable to grant this request either. In fact, I knew that some days previously they had sent a large detachment of cavalry across the Meuse into the country of the Ambivariti to bring in plunder and supplies. And I thought their reasons for delaying matters was because they were waiting for this cavalry force to get back. The Meuse rises in the Vosges Mountains, in the country of the Lingones. Into it flows a tributary from the Rhine called the Varl, and forms the island of the Batavi. The Meuse itself flows into the Rhine about 75 miles from the sea. The Rhine rises in the country of the Leponti, an alpine tribe. On its long, swift course, it
Okay, we're going to jump out of that. This is the 12 Caesars.
Palace at Samos, the completion of Didymae and
This is Caligula, 37 to 41 AD, Book 5, 12 Caesars.
Apollo's temple at Ephesus, and the building of a city high up in the Alps. But he was most deeply interested in cutting a canal through the isthmus in Greece, and sent a leading centurion there to survey the site. So much for the emperor. The rest of this history must deal with the monster. He adopted a variety of titles, such as Pius, son of the camp, father of the army, best and greatest of Caesars. But when once at the dinner table some foreign kings who had come to pay homage were arguing which of them was the most nobly descended, Gaius interrupted their discussion by declaiming Homer's line, "Nay, let there be one master and one king." And he nearly assumed the royal diadem then and there, turning the semblance of a principate into an autocracy. However, after his courtiers reminded him that he already outranked any prince or king, he insisted on being treated as a god, sending for the most revered or artistically famous statues of the Greek deities, including that of Jupiter at Olympia, and having their heads replaced by his own. Next, Gaius extended the palace as far as the Forum, converted the shrine of Castor and Pollux into its vestibule, and would often stand beside these divine brethren to be worshipped by all visitants, some of whom addressed him as Jupiter Latiaris. He established a shrine to himself as god, with priests, the costliest possible victims, and a life-sized golden image which was dressed every day in clothes identical with those he happened to be wearing. All the richest citizens tried to gain priesthoods here, either by influence or bribery. Flamingos, peacocks, black grouse, guinea hens, and pheasants were offered as sacrifices, each on a particular day of the month. When the moon shone full and bright, he always invited the moon goddess to sexual intercourse in his bed, and during the day would indulge in whispered conversations with Capitoline Jupiter, pressing his ear to the god's mouth, and sometimes raising his voice in anger. Once he was overheard threatening the god, "If you do not raise me up to heaven, I will cast you down to hell." Finally, he announced that Jupiter had persuaded him to share his home, and therefore connected the palace with the capital by throwing a bridge across the temple of the god Augustus, after which he began building a new house inside the precincts of the capital itself, in order to live even nearer. Because of Agrippa's humble origin, Gaius loathed being described as his grandson, and would fly into a rage if anyone mentioned him in speech or song as an ancestor of the Caesars. He nursed a fantasy that his mother had been born of an incestuous union between Augustus and his daughter Julia, and, not content with thus discrediting Augustus's name, cancelled the annual commemorations of Agrippa's victories at Actium and off Sicily, declaring that they had proved the disastrous ruin of the Roman people. He called his great-grandmother Livia a Ulysses in petticoats, and in a letter to the Senate dared describe her as of low birth, her maternal grandfather, Aufidius Lurco, having been a mere local senator at Fundi, although the public records showed Lurco to have held high office at Rome. When his grandmother Antonia asked him to grant her a private audience, he insisted on taking Macro, the guards commander, as his escort. Unkind treatment of this sort hurried her to the grave, although, according to some, he accelerated the process with poison, and when she died, showed so little respect that he sat in his dining room and watched the funeral pyre burn. One day, he sent a colonel to kill young Tiberius Gemellus with...
Okay, I'll quickly read to you from Cicero. These are selected works. This is from the Classics Club. This is a very rare, expensive book collection that we have on for sale. It's $9,995. This is called First Book of On the Laws, page 216. All kinds of little gems. Cicero's book on laws continued the work he had begun in the Republic, just as Plato's laws might be taken as a sequel to his Republic. In fact, it may have been this alleged relationship between Plato's two great political dialogues that influenced Cicero to follow his treatise on government with a discussion of law. We know that he was working on this book even before he had completed his Republic, in the summer of 52, though the manuscript of the laws was not made public until after his death. It was found then unfinished and circulated in that state in antiquity. Today it is even more fragmentary, for we have only portions of 3 books. Along with a number of brief passages that cannot be accurately placed, there are allusions in other authors to a 4th and a 5th book. Both Plato's and Cicero's dialogues on the Republic were frankly imaginary conversations, and in his laws Plato dispensed with all the pretense to an historical date and even with individualized interlocutors. Cicero, on the other hand, brought the conversation which comprised his laws closer to concrete reality, by placing it in that very summer of 52, at his own estate in Arpinum, and giving himself the principal part of it, the other 2 speakers being his brother Quintus and his intimate friend Atticus. In spite of certain superficial similarities, the contents of the 2 works are entirely different. Plato rather reluctantly replaced his ideal state, governed by an extraordinary gifted and trained class of rulers, by a second-best state in which less discretion was allowed to the rulers and an elaborate code of law was supreme. His laws thus presents an alternate solution to the problem of government. Cicero, on the other hand, simply went on with his discussion of the constitution he had already envisaged in his Republic, dealing in his first book with the theoretical questions of the origin and sanctions of law in general. His material here he drew from Plato and the Greek sophists and Stoics. The legislation listed in the latter books he intended for Roman citizens, not Greek. It is based accordingly on Roman custom and belief and political experience in Cicero's day. The books are therefore more original in character, and the fragments we have of them are valuable for the Roman historian and antiquarian. It was, however, the first book that influenced later political theory. In it, Cicero enlarged still further on certain themes on which he had lightly touched in his Republic, in particular on the universal and unchangeable law of nature, right reason or conscience, innate in the heart of every member of the human race, that in the words of the Republic, summons to duty by its command, and restrains from evil by its prohibition.
summons to duty by its command and restrains from evil by its prohibition, nor may any other law override it, nor may it be repealed as a whole or in part, nor have we power through Senate or people to free ourselves from it. Nor is it one thing at Rome and another at Athens, one thing today and another tomorrow, but one eternal and unalterable law that binds all nations forever. It is the one universal Lord and ruler of all, and God himself is the author, promulgator, and enforcer. And he who does not obey it flees from himself. On this Stoic concept of a law of nature, a sense of simple justice, of right and wrong, recognized by men everywhere, Cicero would erect his structure of laws for a reformed Roman republic. To a similar concept of the laws of nature to nature's God, 13 colonies some 1800 years later were to appeal against the injustices of the ruler or of the rule of the king, George III. On the laws, the Legibus, Book 1. I recognize this as the very grove with the famous oak of Arpino, often mentioned in your poem on Marius. If that oak still stands, as surely is it, for it is certainly old. Okay, we'll leave it there. That was a brief reading from Selected Works of Cicero, a collection of books from Classics Club. Back to Caligula.
Without warning, on the pretext that Tiberius had insulted him by taking an antidote against poison. His breath smelled of it. Then he forced his father-in-law, Marcus Silanus, to cut his own throat with a razor, the charge being that he had not followed the imperial ship when it put to sea in a storm, but had stayed on shore to seize power at Rome if anything happened to himself. The truth was that Silanus, a notoriously bad sailor, could not face the voyage, and Tiberius's breath smelled of medicine taking for a persistent cough, which was getting worse. Gaius preserved his uncle Claudius merely as a butt for practical jokes. It was his habit to commit incest with each of his 3 sisters, and at large banquets, when his wife reclined above him, placed them all in turn below him. They say that he ravished his sister Drusilla before he came of age. Their grandmother Antonia, at whose house they were both staying, caught them in bed together. Later, he took Drusilla from her husband, the former consul Lucius Cassius Longinus, openly treating her as his lawfully married wife, and when he fell dangerously ill, left Drusilla all his property and the empire too. At her death, he made it a capital offense to laugh, to bathe, or to dine with one's parents, wives, or children, while the period of public mourning lasted, and was so crazed with grief that he suddenly rushed from Rome by night, drove through Campania, took ship to Syracuse, and returned just as impetuously without having shaved or cut his hair in the meantime. Afterwards, whenever he had to take an important oath, he swore by Drusilla's divinity, even at a public assembly or an army parade. He showed no such extreme love or respect for the 2 surviving sisters, and often, indeed, let his boyfriends sleep with them. And at Aemilius Lepidus's trial, felt no compunction about denouncing them as adulteresses who were party to plots against him, openly producing letters in their handwriting, acquired by trickery and seduction, and dedicating to Mars the Avenger the 3 swords with which, the accompanying placard alleged, they had meant to kill him. It would be hard to say whether the way he got married, the way he dissolved his marriages, or the way he behaved as a husband was the most disgraceful. He attended the wedding ceremony of Gaius Piso and Livia Orestilla, but had the bride carried off to his own home. After a few days, however, he divorced her, and 2 years later banished her, suspecting that she had returned to Piso in the interval. According to one account, he told Piso, who was reclining opposite him at the wedding feast, "Hands off my wife," and abducted her from the table at once, and announced the next day that he had taken a wife in the style of Romulus and Augustus. Then he suddenly sent for Lolia Paulina, wife of Gaius Memmius, a governor of consular rank from his province, because somebody had remarked that her grandmother was once a famous beauty, but soon discarded her, forbidding her ever again to sleep with another man. Caesonia was neither young nor beautiful, and had 3 daughters by a former husband, besides being recklessly extravagant and utterly promiscuous. Yet he loved her with a passion of faithfulness, and often, when reviewing the troops, used to take her out riding in helmet, cloak, and shield. For his friends, he even paraded her naked, but would not allow her the dignified title of wife until she had borne him a child, whereupon he announced the marriage and the birth simultaneously. He named the child Julia Drusilla, and carried her around the temples of all the goddesses in turn before finally entrusting her to the lap of Minerva, whom he called upon to supervise his daughter's growth and education. What finally convinced him of his own paternity was her violent temper. While still an infant, she would try to scratch her little playmates' faces and eyes. It would be trivial and pointless to record how Gaius treated such relatives and friends as his cousin King Ptolemy of Mauritania, the son of King Juba and grandson of Antony by his daughter Cleopatra Selene, or Macro, the guards commander, with his wife Ennia, by whose help he had become emperor. Their very nearness and services to him earned them cruel deaths. Nor was he any more respectful or considerate in his dealings with the Senate, but made some of the highest officials run for miles beside his chariot, dressed in their togas, or wait in short linen tunics at the head or foot of his dining couch. Often he would send for men whom he had secretly killed as though they were still alive, and remark offhandedly a few days later that they must have committed suicide. When 2 consuls forgot to announce his birthday, he dismissed them and left the country for 3 days without officers of state. One of his quaestors was charged with conspiracy. Gaius had his clothes stripped off and spread on the ground to give the soldiers who flogged him a firmer foothold. He behaved just as arrogantly and violently towards the other orders of society. A crowd bursting into the circus about midnight to secure free seats angered him so much that he had them driven away with clubs. More than a score of knights, as many married women, and numerous others were crushed to death in the ensuing panic. Gaius liked to stir up trouble in the theater by scattering gift vouchers before the seats were occupied, thus tempting commoners to invade the rows reserved for knights. During gladiatorial shows, he would have the canopies removed at the hottest time of the day, and forbid anyone to leave, or take away the usual equipment and pit feeble old fighters against decrepit wild animals, or stage comic duels between respectable householders who happened to be physically disabled in some way or other. More than once he closed down the granaries and let the people go hungry. The following instances will illustrate his bloodthirstiness. Having collected wild animals for one of his shows, he found butcher's meat too expensive and decided to feed them with criminals instead. He paid no attention to the charge sheets, but simply stood in the middle of a colonnade, glanced at the prisoners lined up before him, and gave the order, "Kill every man between that bald head and the other one over there." Someone had sworn to fight in the arena if Gaius recovered from his illness. Gaius forced him to fulfill this oath, and watched his sword. followed play closely, not letting him go until he had won the match and begged abjectedly to be released. Another fellow had pledged himself on the same occasion to commit suicide. Gaius, finding that he was still alive, ordered him to be dressed in wreaths and fillets and driven through Rome by the imperial slaves, who kept harping on his pledge and finally flung him over the embankment into the river. Many men of decent family were branded at his command and sent down the mines or put to work on the roads or thrown to the wild beasts. Others were confined in narrow cages where they had to crouch on all fours like animals, or were sawn in half, and not necessarily for major offenses, but merely for criticizing his shows or failing to swear by his genius. Gaius made parents attend their sons' executions, and when one father excused himself on the ground of ill health, provided a litter for him. Having invited another father to dinner just after the son's execution, he overflowed with good fellowship in an attempt to make him laugh and joke. He watched the manager of his gladiatorial and wild beast shows being flogged with chains for several days running, and had him killed only when the smell of suppurating brains became insupportable. A writer of Atalan farces was burned alive in the amphitheater because of a line which had an amusing double entendre. One night, on the point of being thrown to the wild beasts, shouted that he was innocent. Gaius brought him back, removed his tongue, and then ordered the sentence to be carried out. Once he asked a returned exile how he had been spending his time. To flatter him, the man answered, "I prayed continuously to the gods for Tiberius's death and your accession, and my prayer was granted." Gaius therefore concluded that the new batch of exiles must be praying for his own death, so he sent agents from island to island and had them all killed. Being anxious that one particular senator should be torn in pieces, he persuaded some of his colleagues to challenge him as a public enemy when he entered the house, stab him with their pens, and then hand him over for lynching to the rest of the Senate, and was not satisfied until the victim's limbs, organs, and guts had been dragged through the streets and heaped up at his feet. Gaius's savage crimes were made worse by his brutal language. He claimed that no personal trait made him feel prouder than his inflexibility, by which he must have meant brazen impudence. As though mere deafness to his grandmother Antonia's good advice were not enough, he told her, "Bear in mind that I can treat anyone exactly as I please." Suspecting that young Tiberius Gemellus had taken drugs as prophylactics to the poison he intended to administer, he scoffed, "Can there really be an antidote against Caesar?" And on banishing his sisters, he remarked, "I have swords as well as islands." One ex-praetor, taking a cure at Anticyra, made frequent requests for an extension of his sick leave. Gaius had him put to death, suggesting that if Pelibor had been of so little benefit over so long a period, he must need to be bled. When signing the execution list, he used to say, "I am clearing my accounts." And one day, after sentencing a number of Gauls and Greeks to die in the same batch, he boasted of having subdued Gallo Graecia. The method of execution he preferred was to inflict numerous small wounds, and his familiar order, "Make him feel that he is dying," soon became proverbial. Once, when the wrong man had been killed owing to a confusion of names, he announced that the victim had equally deserved death, and often quoted Asius's line, "Let them hate me, so long as they fear me." He would indiscriminately abuse the Senate as having been friends of Sejanus, or informers against his mother and brothers, at this point producing the papers which he was supposed to have burned, and exclaimed that Tiberius's cruelty had been quite justified, since with so many accusers he was bound to believe their charges. The knights earned his constant displeasure for spending their time, or so he complained, at the play or the games. On one occasion, the people cheered the team he opposed. He cried angrily, "I wish all you Romans had only one neck." When a shout arose in the amphitheater for Tetrinius the bandit to come out and fight, he said that all those who called for him were Tetrinius's too. A group of net and trident gladiators, dressed in tunics, put up a very poor show against the 5 men-at-arms with whom they were matched. But when he sentenced them to death, one of them seized a trident and killed each of the victorious team in turn. Gaius then publicly expressed his horror at what he called this most bloody murder, and his disgust with those who had been able to stomach the sight.
I challenge anyone
He
to
went
listen
about
to
complaining
an
how
audio
bad
for
the
1
times
hour
were, and
and listen to
particularly
the
that there had been no public disasters like the Varus massacre under Augustus, or the collapse of the amphitheater at Pydnae under Tiberius. The prosperity of his own reign, he said, would lead to its being wholly forgotten, and he often prayed for a great military catastrophe or for some famine, plague, fire, or earthquake. Everything that he said and did was marked with equal cruelty, even during his hours of rest and amusement and banqueting. He frequently had trials by torture held in his presence while he was eating or otherwise enjoying himself, and kept an expert headsman in readiness to decapitate the prisoners brought in from jail. When the bridge across the sea at Puteoli was being blessed, he invited a number of spectators from the shore to inspect it, then abruptly tipped them into the water. Some clung to the ship's rudders, but he had them dislodged with boat hooks and oars and left to drown. At a public dinner in the city, he sent to his executioners a slave who had stolen a strip of silver from a couch. They were to lop off the man's hands, tie them around his neck so that they hung on his breast, and take him for a tour of the tables, displaying a placard in explanation of his punishment. On another occasion, a gladiator from the school against whom he was fencing with a wooden sword fell down deliberately, whereupon Gaius drew a real dagger, stabbed him to death, and ran about waving the palm branch of victory. Once, while presiding appropriately robed at the sacrificial altar, he swung his mallet as if at the victim, but instead fell the assistant priest. At one particularly extravagant banquet, he burst into sudden peals of laughter. The consuls, who were now reclining next to him, politely asked whether they might share the joke. "What do you think?" he answered. "It occurred to me that I have only to give one nod, and both your throats will be cut on the spot." As an example of his sense of humor, he played a prank on Apelles, the tragic actor, by standing beside a statue of Jupiter and asking, "Which of us two is the greater?" When Apelles hesitated momentarily, Gaius had him flogged, commenting on the musical quality of his groans for mercy.
I'm headed
He
to my
never
boat.
kissed the
Text
neck
me
of his
pics of your
wife or
feet for
mistress
$10.
without saying, "And this beautiful throat will be cut whenever I please."
Jiggers, wiggles,
Sometimes he even
jiggers,
threatened to
jiggers,
torture Caesonia as a means of
jiggers.
discovering why he was so devoted to her. In his insolent pride and destructiveness, he made malicious attacks on men of almost every epoch. Needing more room in the Capitol courtyard, Augustus had once shifted the statues of certain celebrities to the Campus Martius. These Gaius dashed to the ground and shattered so completely, inscriptions and all, that they could not possibly be restored. After this, no statue or bust of any living person anywhere could be set up without his permission. He toyed with the idea of suppressing Homer's poems, or he might surely claim Plato's privilege of banishing Homer from his republic. As for Virgil and Livy, he came very near to having their works and busts removed from the libraries, claiming that Virgil had no talent and little learning, and that Livy was a wordy and inaccurate historian. It seems also that he proposed to abolish the legal profession. At any rate, he often swore by Hercules that no lawyer could give advice contrary to his will. He deprived the noblest men at Rome of their ancient family emblems. Torquatus lost his golden collar, Cincinnatus his lock of hair, and Cneus Pompeius the surname Great, belonging to his ancient house. He invited King Ptolemy to visit Rome, welcomed him with appropriate honors, and then suddenly ordered his execution, as mentioned above, because at Ptolemy's entrance into the amphitheater during a gladiatorial show, the fine purple cloak which he wore had attracted universal admiration. Any good-looking man with a fine head of hair whom Gaius ran across, he himself was bald, had the back of his scalp brutally shaved. One Aetius Proculus, a leading centurion's son, was so well-built and handsome that people nicknamed him Giant Cupid. Without warning, Gaius ordered Aetius to be dragged from his seat in the amphitheater into the arena and matched first with a Thracian net fighter, then with a man-at-arms. Though Aetius won both combats, he was thereupon dressed in rags, led fettered through the streets to be jeered at by women, and finally executed. The truth being that however low anyone's fortune or condition might be, Gaius always found some cause for envy. Thus, he sent a stronger man than the then sacred king of Lake Nemorensis to challenge him after many years of office. The priest Diana at Nemus was by tradition a fugitive slave who had killed his predecessor. A chariot fighter called Boreas drew such tremendous applause for freeing his slave in celebration of a victory at the games that Gaius indignantly rushed from the amphitheater. In so doing, he tripped over the fringe of his robe and pitched down the steps, at the bottom of which he complained that the people who ruled the world seemed to take greater notice of a gladiator's trifling gesture than of all their deified emperors, or even the one still among them. He had not the slightest regard for chastity, either his own or others, and was accused of homosexual relations, both active and passive, with Marcus Lepidus, also Manaster the comedian, and various foreign hostages. Moreover, a young man of consular family, Valerius Catullus, revealed publicly that he had buggered the emperor, and quite worn himself out in the process. Besides incest with his sisters and a notorious passion for the prostitute Pyralis, he made advances to almost every woman of rank in Rome. After inviting a selection of them to dinner with their husbands, he would slowly and carefully examine each in turn while they passed his couch, as a purchaser might assess the value of a slave, and even stretch out his hand and lift up the chin of any woman who kept her eyes modestly cast down. Then, whenever he felt so inclined, he would send for whoever pleased him best, and leave the banquet in her company. A little later he would return, showing obvious signs of what he had been about, and openly discuss his bedfellow in detail, dwelling on her good and bad physical points, and commenting on her sexual performance. To some of these unfortunates he issued, and publicly registered, divorces in the names of their absent husbands. No parallel can be found for Gaius's far-fetched extravagances. He invented new kinds of baths and the most unnatural dishes and drinks, bathing in hot and cold perfumed bath oils, drinking valuable pearls dissolved in vinegar, and providing his guests with golden bread and golden meat, and would remark that a man must be either frugal or Caesar. For several days in succession he scattered largesse from the roof of the Julian Basilica, and built Liburnian galleys with 10 banks of oars, jeweled sterns, multicolored sails, and with huge baths, colonnades, and banqueting halls aboard, not to mention vines and fruit trees of different varieties. In these vessels he used to take early morning cruises along the Campanian coast, reclining on his couch and listening to songs and choruses. Villas and country houses were run up for him regardless of expense. In fact, Gaius seemed interested only in doing the apparently impossible, which led him to construct moles in deep, rough water far out to sea, drive tunnels through exceptionally hard rocks, raise flat ground to the height of mountains, and reduce mountains to the level of plains, and all at immense speed, because he punished delay with death. But why give details? Suffice it to record that in less than a year he squandered Tiberius's entire fortune of 27 million gold pieces, and an enormous amount of other treasure besides. When impoverished and in need of funds, Gaius concentrated on wickedly ingenious methods of raising funds by false accusations, auctions, and taxes. He ruled that no man could lawfully enjoy Roman citizenship acquired by any ancestor more remote than his father, and when confronted with certificates of citizenship issued by Julius Caesar or Augustus, rejected them as antiquated and obsolete. He also disallowed all property returns to which, for whatever reason, later additions had been appended. If a leading centurion had bequeathed nothing either to Tiberius or himself since the beginning of the former's reign, he would rescind the will on the ground of ingratitude, and voided those of all other persons who were said to have intended making him their heir when they died, but had not done so. This caused widespread alarm, and even people who did not know him personally would tell their friends or children that they had left him everything. But if they continued to live after the declaration, he considered himself tricked, and sent several of them presents of poisoned sweets. Gaius conducted these cases in person, first announcing the sum he meant to raise, and not stopping until he had raised it. The slightest delay nettled him, and he once passed a single sentence on a batch of more than 40 men charged with various offenses, and then boasted to Caesonia when she woke from her nap that he had done very good business since she dozed off. He would auction whatever properties were left over from a show, driving up the bidding to such heights that many of those present, forced to buy at fantastic prices, found themselves ruined and committed suicide by opening their veins. A famous occasion was when Aponius Saturninus fell asleep on a bench, and Gaius warned the auctioneer to keep an eye on the senator of praetorian rank who kept nodding his head at him. Before the bidding ended, Aponius had unwittingly bought 13 gladiators for a total of 90,000 gold pieces. While in Gaul, Gaius did so well by selling the furniture, jewelry, slaves, and even the freedmen of his condemned sisters at immense prices that he decided to do the same with the furnishings of the old palace. So he sent to Rome, where his agents commandeered public conveyances, and even draft animals from the bakeries to fetch the stuff north, which led to a bread shortage in the city, and to the loss of many lawsuits, because litigants who lived at a distance were unable to appear in court and meet their bail. He then used all kinds of procurers' tricks for disposing of the furniture, scolding the bidders for their avarice, or for their shamelessness in being richer than he was, and pretending grief at this surrender of imperial property to commoners. Discovering that one wealthy provincial had paid the men who issued the emperor's invitations 2,000 gold pieces to be smuggled into a banquet, he was delighted that the privilege of dining with him should be valued so highly, and when next day the same man turned up at the auction,
choosing Dominican University Chicago campus was the right move for me. With the order,
Agrippina said more than was wise in her complaints about her husband's death. Tiberius took her by the hand, quoting the Greek line, "And if you are not queen, my dear, have I then done you wrong?" and this was the last conversation that he ever condescended to have with her. Indeed, since she seemed scared of tasting an apple which he handed her at dinner, the invitation to his table was never repeated. He said that she had charged him with attempted poisoning, yet the whole scene had been carefully stage-managed. He would offer the apple as a test of her feelings for him, and she would suspect that it carried certain death and refuse it. At last he falsely accused her of planning to take sanctuary beside the image of her grandfather Augustus, or with the army abroad, and exiled her to the prison island of Pandataria. In punishment for her violent protests, he ordered the centurion to give her a good flogging, in the course of which she lost an eye. Then she decided to starve herself to death, and though he had her jaws prized open for forcible feeding, succeeded. So he wickedly slandered her memory, persuading the Senate to decree her birthday a day of ill omen, and boasting of his clemency in not having her strangled and thrown out on the stairs of mourning. He even allowed a bill to be passed congratulating him on this pious attitude and voting a golden commemorative gift to Capitoline Jupiter. By Germanicus, Tiberius had 3 grandsons, Nero, Drusus, and Gaius, and another Tiberius by Drusus the Younger. He recommended Nero and Drusus, the eldest of Germanicus's sons, to the Senate, and celebrated their coming-of-age ceremonies by giving largesse to the populace. But when he found that at the New Year celebrations, prayers for their safety were being added to his own, he asked the Senate to decide whether this was a proper procedure, suggesting that such honors should be conferred only on men who had served their country long and meritoriously. After this, he made no secret of his dislike for the young pair, and arranged that all sorts of false charges should be brought against them, then cleverly contrived that whenever they expressed their natural indignation at his schemes, a witness would always be standing by. This gave him grounds for writing the Senate so harsh a complaint that both were declared public enemies and starved to death. Nero on the island of Pontia, Drusus in a palace cellar. It is believed that Nero was forced to commit suicide when an executioner, announcing that he had come with the Senate's warrant, displayed
Hello, you've reached Hannah Cummings.
the noose for hanging him, and the hooks for dragging his corpse to the Tiber. As for Drusus, his hunger was such that he tried to eat the flop from his mattress, and their bodies were chopped in so many pieces that great difficulty was later found in collecting them for burial. Tiberius had asked the Senate to choose him a council to advise him on public affairs, consisting of 20 men, in addition to certain old friends and intimates, only 2 or 3 of whom died natural deaths. All the rest he killed, one way or another, including Aelius Sejanus, who dragged many others to ruin with him. Tiberius felt no affection for Sejanus, but had given him plenary powers as being efficient and cunning enough to do what was required of him, namely, to make away with Germanicus's children and ensure that Tiberius's true grandson and namesake should become the next emperor. He acted no less cruelly towards the Greek kings who were his associates and whose company gave him special pleasure. One day he asked a man named Zeno, who had been discoursing in a rather affected style, "What nasty dialect may that be?" "It is Doric," replied Zeno. Tiberius mistook this for a taunting reference to his own exile at Rhodes, where Doric is spoken, and banished Zeno to the Aegean island of Cinaria. At the dinner table, he used to pose questions arising from his daily study. Seleucus, a professor of literature, had been finding out from the imperial servants what books he was reading, and came prepared with all the right answers. Hearing of this, Tiberius dismissed him from the company, and later forced him to commit suicide. Some signs of Tiberius's savage and dour character could be distinguished even in his boyhood. Theodorus the Gadarene, who taught him rhetoric, seems to have been the first to do so, since on having occasion to reprove Tiberius, he would call him mud kneaded with blood. But after he became emperor, while he was still gaining popular favor by a pretense of moderation, there could be no doubt that Theodorus had been right. Once, as a funeral procession was passing, a humorist hailed the corpse and asked him to tell Augustus's ghost that his bequests to the commons had not yet been duly paid. Tiberius ordered the man to be arrested and brought before him. "I will give you your due at once," he said, and ordered his execution with, "Why not go to my father yourself and tell him the truth about those legacies?" Soon afterwards, a Roman knight named Pompeius appeared in the Senate to lodge a strong protest against some action of Tiberius. Tiberius threatened imprisonment, shouting, "You're Pompeius, aren't you? I'll make a Pompeian of you unless you hold your tongue." A disagreeable pun on the name of Pompey the Great and the fate of his party in times gone by. About this time, a praetor asked Tiberius whether, in his opinion, courts should be convened to try cases of treason. Tiberius replied that the law must be enforced, and enforce it he did, most savagely too. One man was accused of decapitating an image of Augustus with a view to substituting another head. His case was tried before the Senate, and, finding a conflict of evidence, Tiberius had the witnesses examined under torture. The offender was convicted, which provided a precedent for far-fetched accusations. People could now be executed for beating a slave, or changing their own clothes close to an image of Augustus, or for carrying a ring or coin bearing Augustus's head into a lavatory or a brothel, or for criticizing anything Augustus had ever said or done. Climax came when a man died merely for letting an honor be voted him by his native town council on the same day that honors had once been voted to Augustus. Tiberius did so many other wicked deeds under the pretext of reforming public morals, but in reality to gratify his lust for seeing people suffer, that many satires were written against the evils of the day, incidentally expressing gloomy fears about the future, such as the following. "You cruel monster, I'll be damned, I will, if even your own mother loves you still. You are no knight, Caesar's adopted son, may own no cash to qualify as one, and banishment in Rhodes cancelled your right to be a citizen, far less a knight. Saturn's golden age has passed, Saturn's age could never last. Now, while Caesar holds the stage, this must be an iron age. He is not thirsty for neat wine, as he was thirsty then, but warms him up a tastier cup, the blood of murdered men. Here is a Sulla, men of Rome, surnamed Sulla the Fortunate, to your misfortune. Here is a Marius come back at last, to capture Rome. Here is an Antony, uncivilly provoking civil strife, his hands thrice dyed in costly Roman blood. Confess, Rome is no more. All who return to reign from banishment reign bloodily." At first, Tiberius dismissed these verses as the work of bilious malcontents who were impatient with his reforms and did not really mean what they said. He would remark, "Let them hate me, so long as they respect me." But as time went on, his conduct justified every line they had written. A few days after he came to Capri, a fisherman suddenly intruded on his solitude by presenting him with an enormous mullet, which he had lugged up the trackless cliffs at the rear of the island. Tiberius was so scared that he ordered the guards to rub the fisherman's face with the mullet. The scales skinned it raw, and the poor fellow shouted in his agony, "Thank heavens, I did not bring Caesar that huge crab I also caught." Tiberius sent for the crab, and had it used in the same way. A guardsman once stole a peacock from the imperial aviary and was sentenced to death. On another occasion, during a country jaunt, the bearers of Tiberius's litter were held up by a bramble thicket. He had the senior centurion of the Praetorian Guard, whose task it was to choose the right path, stretched on the ground and flogged until he nearly died. Soon Tiberius broke out in every sort of cruelty and never lacked for victims. These were first his mother's friends and even acquaintances, then those of his grandsons and daughter-in-law, finally those of Sejanus. With Sejanus out of the way, his savageries increased, which proved that Sejanus had not, as some thought, been inciting him to commit them, but merely providing the opportunities that he demanded. Nevertheless, in Tiberius's brief and sketchy autobiography, we find him daring to assert that Sejanus had been killed because he had found him persecuting Nero and Drusus, the sons of Germanicus. The fact being that he had himself put Nero to death when Sejanus was already an object of suspicion, and Drusus after he had fallen from power. A detailed list of Tiberius's barbarities would take a long time to compile. I shall content myself with a few samples. Not a day, however holy, passed without an execution. He even desecrated New Year's Day. Many of his men victims were accused and punished with their children, some actually by their children, and the relatives forbidden to go into mourning. Special awards were voted to the informers who had denounced them, and in certain circumstances to the witnesses too. An informer's word was always believed. Every crime became a capital one, even the utterance of a few careless words. A poet found himself accused of slander. He had written a tragedy which presented King Agamemnon in a bad light, and a historian had made the mistake of describing Caesar's assassins, Brutus and Cassius, as the last of the Romans. Both these authors were executed without delay, and their works, though once publicly read before Augustus and accorded general praise, were called in and destroyed. Tiberius denied those who escaped a prison sentence not only the solace of reading books, but the privilege of talking to their fellow prisoners. Some of the accused, on being warned to appear in court, felt sure that the verdict would be guilty, and to avoid the trouble and humiliation of a trial, stayed at home and suffered an artery. Yet Tiberius's men bandaged their wounds and hurried them half-dead to prison. Others obeyed their summons and then drank poison in full view of the Senate. The bodies of all executed persons were flung on the stairs of mourning and dragged to the Tiber with hooks, as many as 20 a day, including women and children. Tradition forbade the strangling of virgins, so when little girls had to be condemned to die in this way, the executioner began by violating them. Tiberius used to punish with life those who wished to die. He regarded death as a comparatively light affliction, and on hearing that a man named Carnulus had forestalled his execution by suicide, exclaimed, "Carnulus has got away." Once during a jail inspection, the prisoner begged to be put out of his misery. Tiberius replied, "No, we are not yet friends again." An ex-consul has recorded in his memoirs that he attended a banquet at which Tiberius was suddenly asked loudly by a dwarf standing among a group of jesters near the table, "What of Paconius? Why is he still alive after being charged with treason?" Tiberius told him to hold his saucy tongue, but a few days later requested the Senate to make a quick decision about Paconius's execution. On eventually discovering that his own son, Drusus the Younger, had after all, died, not as a result of his debauched habits, but from poison administered by his wife Livilla in partnership with Sejanus, Tiberius grew enraged and redoubled his cruelties until nobody was safe from torture and death. He spent whole days investigating the Drusus affair, which obsessed him to such a degree that when a man whose guest he had been at Rhodes arrived in response to his own friendly invitation, he mistook him for an important witness in the case and had him put to the torture at once. When the truth came out, he actually executed the man to avoid publicizing the scandal. In Capri, they still show the place at the cliff top where Tiberius used to watch his victims being thrown into the sea after prolonged and exquisite tortures. A party of Marines were stationed below, and when the bodies came hurtling down, they whacked at them with oars and boat hooks to make sure that they were completely dead. An ingenious torture of Tiberius's devising was to trick men into drinking huge draughts of wine, and then suddenly to knot a cord tightly round their genitals, which not only cut into the flesh, but prevented them from urinating. Even more people would have died, it is thought, had Thrasyllus the astrologer not persuaded him deliberately, it is said, to postpone his designs by an assurance that he still had many years of life in hand. These victims would have included his remaining grandsons, Gaius, whom he suspected, and Tiberius Gemellus, whom he hated as having been born from adultery. The story is credible because he sometimes used to express envy of Priam for having outlived his entire family. Much evidence is extant, not only of the hatred that Tiberius earned, but of the state of terror in which he himself lived, and the insults heaped upon him. He forbade anyone to consult soothsayers except openly and with witnesses present, and even attempted to suppress all oracles in the neighborhood of Rome, but desisted for fear of the miraculous power shown by the sacred lots, which he brought to Rome in a sealed chest from the Temple of Fortune at Praeneste. They vanished, and did not become visible again until returned to the same temple. Tiberius had assigned provinces to certain ex-consuls whom he distrusted, but not daring to relax his surveillance, detained them in Rome for several years until their successors had been appointed. Meanwhile, they relayed his frequent instructions to their lieutenants and agents in the provinces which they officially governed, yet were unable to visit. After exiling Agrippina and her two sons, he always moved them from one place of confinement to another in closed litters, with their wrists and ankles fettered, and a military escort to prevent all persons met on the road from even stopping to watch the litter go by, let alone glance inside. Becoming aware that Sejanus's birthday was being publicly celebrated, and that golden statues had been raised to him everywhere as a preliminary step to his usurpation of the throne, Tiberius found some difficulty in getting rid of him, and did so at last by subterfuge rather than by the exercise of imperial authority. First of all, to detach Sejanus from his own immediate entourage, while pretending to honor him, Tiberius appointed him his colleague in a fifth consulship, which he assumed solely for this purpose 10 years after the fourth, but did not visit Rome for his inauguration. Next, he made Sejanus believe that he would soon marry into the imperial family and be awarded tribunician power, and then, taking him off his guard, sent a shamefully abject message to the Senate, begging, among other things, to be fetched into their presence on a military escort by one of the two consuls. He complained that he was a lonely old man. But he had taken precautions against the revolt, which he feared might yet break out, by ordering that his grandson Drusus, the son of Germanicus, who was still alive, should be released if necessary from his prison at Rome and appointed commander-in-chief. He thought, indeed, of taking refuge at the headquarters of some provincial army, and had a naval flotilla standing by to carry him off the island, where he waited on a cliff top for the distant bonfire signals, announcing all possible eventualities, which he had ordered to be sent in case his couriers might be delayed. Even when Sejanus's conspiracy had been suffocated, Tiberius did not show the least sign of increased confidence, but remained in the so-called Villa of Jupiter for the next 9 months. His uneasiness of mind was aggravated by a perpetual stream of reproaches from all sides. Every one of his condemned victims either cursed him to his face or arranged for a defamatory notice to be posted in the theater seats occupied by senators. His attitude to these reproaches varied markedly. Sometimes shame made him want nobody to hear about the incident. Sometimes he laughed and deliberately publicized it. He even had a scathing letter from Artabanus, king of Parthia, in which he was accused of murdering his immediate family with other persons and of slothful and dissolute living, and recommended to satisfy the intense and pardonable longings of his people who loathed him by committing suicide at the earliest possible moment. At last, growing thoroughly disgusted with himself, he as good as confessed his misery. A letter to the Senate began in this strain: "My lords, if I know what to tell you, or how to tell it, or what to leave altogether untold for the present, may all the gods and goddesses in heaven bring me to an even worse damnation than I now daily suffer." According to one body of opinion, he had foreseen that he would in time yield to his vices and earn universal hatred or dislike, which made him, when he became emperor, refuse point blank the title father of his country offered by the Senate, and also forbid them to swear an oath approving in advance and retrospect of whatever he said or did, for fear that his shame would be intensified when he turned out to be unworthy of such honors. This conclusion may, in fact, be deduced from his formal reply to the 2 proposals. "So long as my wits do not fail me, you can count on the consistency of my behavior. But I should not like you to set the precedent of binding yourselves to approve a man's every action. For what if something happened to alter that man's character? And again, if you ever feel any doubts about my character or my sincere regard for you, but may I die before that happens, the title of father of his country will not recompense me for the loss of your regard, and you will be ashamed either of having given me the title without sufficient deliberation, or of having shown inconsistency by changing your opinion of me." Tiberius was strongly and heavily built, and above average height. His shoulders and chest were broad, and his body perfectly proportioned from top to toe. His left hand was more agile than the right, and so strong that he could poke a finger through a sound, newly plucked apple, or into the skull of a boy or young man. He had a handsome, fresh complexion, subject to occasional rashes of pimples. The letting his back hair grow down over the nape seems to have been a family habit of the Claudii. Tiberius's eyes were remarkably large and possessed the unusual power of seeing at night and in the dark when he first opened them after sleep. But this phenomenon disappeared after